Well, I am here. Good evening. And welcome. How is everybody doing on this Friday night? I love this jam. Actually, never heard it before. Anyway, we're going to look at a few things tonight, talk about a few things. And whatnot. And, well, yeah. Good evening, James and Tony. Let's see here. Let me get this. So we have, there's a voice chat, right, in Telegram. Let's see if I can remember how to do it here. Okay, now, let's see. Is this set up right? So anyway, feel free to drop in there if you like, and yeah, it should. Yeah, I think so. I think it's there. I don't know. Need somebody to get in there and check the audio, but Ape have rights. Well, we'll see about that. But you know, one of the things that's getting interesting about AMC right now is when you search for it on the YouTube, there's a bunch of bullshit comes up here. Well, this bullshit always came up. And this bullshit, I'm gonna have to look at this. We might just have to watch this whole thing right now. The original crackhead. AMC, they now control Bitcoin. They now control Bitcoin. It's not even capitalized. It's a lowercase they. Banks are getting destroyed. The bomb is coming. Lots of corruption. Oh? Okay. Well. Oh, this one was suggested actually by Manuel. Let's do that. Let's take a look. Okay. All right.
50,
let's see what we got here.
Even 100,000 or more per share.
100,000 per share.
$100,000 per share.
AMC going to $100,000 per share.
Actually hit $100,000 a share.
AMC stock to get to $100,000 per share.
$100,000 per share.
To 100,000.
A few minutes later.
Gotta get it out. I gotta get it out. Hold on.
D-U-M-M-Y, period.
Two dummies, super dummies. Dumber and dumber. Plain dummy. Dummy, dummies, dummy, 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 dummy. You bigger dummy than my dummy. Dummy, 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 dummy. There's a dummy. Dummy, dummy, dummy here. Big dummy. Two dummies, dummy. Big dummy. Dummy, dummy. Tiny dummies, dummy. A dummy. Dummy. Dummies. Dummy. 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 Dummy.
10.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being
It is indeed impossible.
fucking what from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so
Man, fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Another blunt, man. This is good time.
Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? Is that or are you saying? Are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
First
Huh?
you think you're
What?
crazy, then they
What?
fight you.
What are you saying?
I don't know.
So
I really think that's the case.
And then all of a sudden you change.
here we go. Here it is right here. This is where it's at.
No, Wims, you got to stay on the rocket with us. Make sure you guys press that like button. Make sure you guys press that like button. Make sure you guys press that like button. Yeah, Whimsy, now you're staying on the rocket. All apes, you guys got to ride this out. If you guys leave me, first of all, I held because you guys convinced me to hold through the reverse split. I wanted to sell during the reverse split, so you guys have to hold now. I'm holding until zero, literally. Remember,
You guys have to.
conflict, and I was like, do I really want to hold the reverse split? I knew how much pain it was going to bring. I was like, maybe I should sell. Maybe I should sell. You guys convinced me to hold through this.
What in the...
Say Moass or zero. So now this is it, guys. Moass or zero. So you better...
What?
Y'all. You guys better hold with me, y'all. For real. Don't leave me, man. Don't leave me, guys, because I'm holding my shares. Please don't leave me, y'all.
Don't leave me.
AMC holder.
I
will be the...
Don't make me the last one. Don't make me the last fool. Oh, that's noble.
Recovering.
That's good.
GameStop's.
Oh, good. That's good. That's good. GameStop recovered. When's this from? 2 days ago? As I predicted last year, AMC would be in the 5s and run to the 4s. Then why don't you have a YouTube channel? Because without one, you have no proof of this prediction. This is some kind of weird circular logic. I've been thinking... I saw this comment the other day, actually. And, what? What? The reason you don't have a YouTube channel is because without one, you have no proof. So you need a channel to have proof. That's without one, you have no proof. So I want to have proof. That means I have to have a YouTube channel. But I don't have a YouTube channel because I don't have proof, I guess. I don't know, but anyway. Ape logic. Do you have... So, you get all these people here that are saying, yo, my study said it's going to 5 and blah, blah, blah. And the response is, do you have any proof? Where's the video on YouTube of you saying this? Where are your followers to back you up? You're just saying stuff in the comments, bro. Like, where's your proof? Here? I mean, let's see. How about this? I don't know. I'm just making it up as I'm going here. But yeah, that pretty squarely, yeah, has it going down. So in fact, it's, next month it's going to be, next quarter it's going to be negative 39 cents. No, sorry, negative 323. So yeah, I mean, it could be in the 4s anytime, right? I mean, let's what? I mean, I get God. Manuel, how's it going? North Star, Model 3 dude. His proof is poof. Gone. MULN needs to be our new base. No. Right. Okay. I don't know. Let's just drop in here. Oh, well, he's not there, so that's good. I actually like that stream. Jesus Christ. This is depressing. He hasn't said a fucking word. Oh, let's look at some shoes. Cool shoes, bro. Let's trade stocks together. What the fuck? What a clown. Oh my god, more shoes?
He doesn't have
the
money
fuck?
Because they watch my live stream. That's ridiculous, bro. I literally have 2 millionaires that watch my live stream. I've also had people come and ask me to manage their portfolio and show me their portfolio.
Yeah, really? Where's your proof? Where's your proof of that, bro?
This guy's
Where's the YouTube video of it? Where's your proof?
JK, I have. If you think I'm a pumper, bro, then I don't know what to tell you, dude. Bro said I'm a pumper. Do you listen? Do you know how dumb that even sounds, bro? Because think about it. Think about it, bro. Think about what you just said. Do I make money if you buy AMC stock? No, I don't. I don't make money because you buy AMC stock. Being somebody saying that stuff makes no sense,
But
dude.
you make money when you take money from people.
Buy a stock.
Followers.
Like you buy AMC and then like part of that money comes to me.
God, I hate these guys.
Bro said I'm a
what a fucking
bro.
So fucking slimy.
And we got some problems out
Wow.
there. He compared me with Ants Trades, who says I'm not trying to spread hate, but there's a difference between someone who says Moass is going to be every week and that AMC is going to $1,200 and what I say, bro. That's a pumper. Somebody who says Moass is happening every week.
What do you say?
That's a pumper, bro. Somebody said maybe pumping the lady.
Yeah, like
you wild dog. If he was a millionaire, he wouldn't have said it. That's how you know he's lying, Bano.
Huh?
Yeah, nah, if he was a millionaire, he wouldn't have said it, bro. He wouldn't have said it on this live stream. The people that really got money, they came to me personally. And the people that have the money, they didn't tell me. They talked to me for a long time before they let me know that they had the money. People that have that type of money just don't tell you that they have that type of money.
What's with the facial tracking? Like,
I don't.
That's
I don't
annoying.
Say that yet, bro. About AMC, I don't want to say it's forming a bottom until we see a bounce off of it, a certain level, and I'm not seeing any type of indications of that yet. We do have bullish divergence, but that's it.
Yeah,
So I don't want to.
You have. There's no bottom in sight.
Bullish divergence.
No bottom in sight. Is that what you're saying?
Trending up.
Is
we have but I don't want to call out a peak or bottom. But we do have bullish divergence. And GameStop is
that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying What are you saying? Huh?
Yes, rest in peace, Tony. But wow, yeah. Super cool. Super cool. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, so you got that. Now, okay, now I'm curious now. I wish I didn't have to say this about AMC stock. Okay.
So I plan to be brutally honest.
What do you have to say?
Video, and I hate to be that guy. Okay.
Ooh.
I really don't want to be that guy. I've been optimistic for a long time.
Yeah, I'm sure that he hates to be honest. That somehow that doesn't surprise me at all.
Okay. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Okay? If you want to be sugar-coated and, you know, marinated to hear some bad news, well, this is not the video for you. And that's unfortunate, but maybe someone else will tell you how it is. Maybe not. Who knows? Here in this video, I think it's very important to establish one thing. At this point,
here we go.
AMC stock is going to die and go bankrupt, and you will lose all of your money. Or AMC stock is going to make you a lot of money. Probably in the not so distant future. Now, not so distant future could be soon.
Oh, wow.
Tomorrow, well, technically on Monday, that could be 12 months from now. That's all relatively soon. 12, I mean, it feels like, I mean, we're still in 2023. It's 2024. It feels like Roni Rope was like 2 weeks ago, at least from my perspective. Okay, maybe like 2 months ago. We'll give it that. Okay, so you get the idea. First things first. Mathematically speaking.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to get to the mathematically speaking. I love when they talk about math. I love when they talk about, it sounds like they're talking and they're on meth. I love when they talk on meth. That's it. There you go. What? So yeah, it is a classic. Moass or zero, squeeze or bust. There are two options. You know, get filthy rich in one trade. The only trade. It's not only one trade. It is the trade. Or you lose all your money. So it's like literally like a binary choice. It's a binary option. Well, those are fun. Scam. Oh, well, I can't say that. I can't say that. Okay, I'm being told I can't say that. Binary options are a scam. They're technically regulated by the CFTC. And there is a regulated exchange in the United States anyway, NADEX. But anyway, that's essentially what this is. You know, it's will the U.S. dollar against the euro close above or below this level at this certain time? Yes or no? Long or short? And I guess the difference there is you don't necessarily lose all your money. But, yeah. They've been saying this for a long time. They have been saying this for a long time. They've been saying that for a long time.
Anyone can throw terminology out there, market manipulation, all of that. And I think that's going on. I think that's been going on. Market manipulation. I think there's synthetic shares out there. I think AMC is hundreds of % sold short. I do. Can I quantify that? Can I show you data that proves that? No. I've just been watching AMC every single day for the better part of 2.5, 3 years now. And that's what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like shorts were ever incentivized or had to cover on short positions.
Oh, well.
Like we were hoping would ultimately happen. So
why does it not look like that?
Mathematically speaking.
What? first of all, how can you tell that? But the bigger question is, how do you come to that conclusion? And it seems like a clear case of confirmation bias and projection and all kinds of other, just garbage reasoning, bag holders, dementia, basically. That phenomenon, whatever it is, where you start believing your own bullshit, or at least being able to talk about it as if you did. I don't. Okay, so let's see. What was the short interest when it was really high? I don't know. 100 million shares or something. I don't even know. Okay. The good old overhead supply zone. So these are monthly candles. I mean, okay. This one right here has 442 million shares of volume in it. 379 million of which were up volume. So, and that's just in the month of October 2023. I mean, I guess I should probably mention that the month before, in September, there was 482 million of down volume. So, kind of a little bit of selling. But I mean, what I wanted to just look at is like, how does the price range for these candles compare kind of proportionally to the volume, just visually? And in a lot of cases, it appears to match up. You got larger up moves in the candles backed up by larger amounts of volume in that direction versus down in the same way. And then these, after this fervor here in 2021, then it settled down, dwindled off, and you can kind of see, you put the regular volume candles on here too. But, so this just breaks it down by color, up and down. Now, I'm not going to go through and try to match them up, but I mean, certainly, okay, so like August 2021, 200 million shares traded in the up direction. And, the price went up 120 million and down in the next month of September 2021. And, the price went down by about the same amount. So, smaller candles, smaller volume, and the volume really starts to taper off to just about nothing over this past summer. I mean, that's wild. But, and so the price is, basically flat-ish and slash down. But, and then you get the period of time here with all of this, and let's break this down weekly here. And it's not a clear necessarily visual pattern, but something about it seems balanced. It seems natural-ish, like in that sense. Like it's, yeah, of course there's more red there, but it looks like a stock that's going down. I mean, with increased volume, which is a great thing usually, right? And so it's like a distribution thing, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a statistician, but anyway, you kind of have to like get all this out of the picture, and you just to have it scale it so that it looks like anything other than just kind of a line down at like 10 degrees. But so I don't know how, you come to that conclusion
AMC
about all this manipulation. That's my question.
Share price stays at $5, $6, $7, $8, $3, doesn't matter. In this range, AMC mathematically will go bankrupt. AMC has $9.3 billion worth of debt. Out of that debt coming due, a good chunk of it's for 2026. That's why Adam Aron and the executives at AMC are pretty panicked right now. It's not a pretty situation. So there's roughly about $2.5 billion that comes due in 2026. A little bit more, a little bit less, in that neighborhood. Okay. We can find out the exact number, but I don't think it really matters because AMC is far off of being able to repay that debt coming due in 2026. Far off. Even if they refinance.
Wow.
They're not looking so good for 2026.
This guy's no ape.
And markets sniff that out ahead of
This guy's no ape.
We'll talk about that
What the fuck?
here in just a second. But Adam Aron can issue about 300 million shares. Now, if Adam Aron came out and said, hey, markets, we're going to sell 300 million shares like as soon as possible, the stock would probably drop to like $2 very quickly, maybe $1, maybe 50 cents. So I don't think that's obviously realistic, right? Let's say this next round of dilution is 50 million shares. Let's say Adam Aron comes out and announces that. Well, AMC stock's probably going to drop to the 4, maybe low 4s. Let's say $4.50. Let's give AMC a little bit more benefit than that. AMC would raise $225 million. It doesn't even come close to being able to pay off that debt coming due in 2026. Not even remotely close. In fact, if AMC was able to raise all 300 million shares, still at $4.50, they would only raise $1.35 billion, which is, by my calculations, less than half of the debt coming due in 2026, or right about half of the debt coming due in 2026. It's not enough. Not even close. Mathematically speaking, if AMC's share price does not rise, AMC will go bankrupt.
Look at this.
The stock will.
Wow.
That.
Holy shit.
One thing that I think is negatively affecting AMC stock right now, on top of the dilution, is the markets are not stupid.
I keep waiting for him to say, this is what I would say if I wanted to create FUD in the community. And just kidding. No, mathematically speaking, it's not impossible. And, buy and hodl. I keep expecting like his rug pull. Like, nope, just kidding. AMC's doing great, guys. We have billions of dollars in the bank, and what the hell? But I mean, this is the kind of stuff that people have been saying over in our dark corner of the internet for like 2 years, bro. I mean, and now well, anyway.
Stupid. Okay, everyone knows AMC can
binary choice. I'm gonna speed it up.
Everyone knows where AMC's share price is at. Everyone knows how much debt is coming due soon in 2026. Soon, 2026 is relatively soon. The numbers don't add up, and I hate to be that guy, but AMC's never going to have enough free cash flow or profits to make even a slight dent in this number. So they have to issue shares to be able to do that. And I think it sucks to say this unless, you know, AMC does something just crazy that's really positive, which does not look likely at this point. The only way to get AMC stock higher from here to remotely have a chance to get shorts covering is to say, dilute share.
That doesn't look very likely because they haven't done anything. What did he say? How did he phrase that? That's funny.
Does something just crazy that's really positive, which does not look likely at this point. The only way
crazy that's really positive, and that doesn't seem likely at this point. Boy, that's a vote of confidence right there. Yeah, because everything they've done has not been popular, nor has it been successful. I mean, I don't really want to go through and count and do that. I mean, it could be done, but, you know, you just do it in your head. Starting with, we're going to take Shiba Inu and Safe Moon Light coin token shit coin. I mean, from that all the way through to AMC branded chocolate grasshoppers, for Christ's sake, right? I know Lynn loves the grasshoppers.
Higher from here to have a chance to get shorts covering is to say, we're no longer going to dilute shareholders. Dilution is done with for the next 6 to 12 months. Whatever works. 6 months, great. 12 months, even better. AMC stock would be able to rise, and I'm sure some shorts would say, yeah, we got to get out of this short position because it's probably going to do well over the next 6 to 12 months, and we don't want to carry losses potentially even into a new year in 2025, right? We're better off covering now at multi-year lows. And that sucks because that is the only lever that Adam Aron can really pull right now that is tested to work, right? They did this in 2022. AMC stock went up like 80%, which 80% from here is not enough. But I do think AMC stock is still hundreds of percent sold short. I think a commitment to not diluting shareholders would probably send AMC stock.
I mean, how do you
10, maybe 11.
See, here's the one lie. The one lie. And it's not the only one, but it is the one hypothetical lie for now. That can ruin 1,000 truths here, because it doesn't matter what is talked about around all this fundamental talk and debt and all this stuff. He slipped it in. He slipped it in. He took it out. he took it out. He did. He took it out. He just took it out there. And yeah. So what I'm talking about is the hundreds of percent sold short thing. I believe that AMC is sold hundreds of percent short. It's so ridiculous. I can't even say it. It's like a tongue twister.
Hundreds of percent sold short, percent to work, right?
Here we go. I'll slow him down.
AMC stock went up like 80%, which 80% from here is not enough. But I do think AMC stock is still hundreds of percent sold short. I think a commitment to not diluting shareholders.
Hundreds of percent sold short.
Probably send AMC stock back to about 10, maybe $11, $12 back to where you were.
But you just say that they had to in order to stay afloat?
Around 11.
So how would that work?
Right before AMC.
So we're just slipping in hundreds of percent sold short with no proof, just because you think it went down too much, basically. And it's kind of alarming how many people are like just totally convinced that the only reason that any stock would go down is because of short selling. Like, the numbers are way underreported, apparently, because, I mean, if you go to Reddit, I know, if you go to Reddit, if you go to Reddit and go to AMC stock and look at the short interest here, courtesy of the Ortex guy, I wonder if this actually is the Ortex guy. Well, I didn't find that Ortex guy, but where's today's closing bell? Here it is. God damn it. Okay. Short interest percentage of free float, 8.05. 8.05. Oh. 0.98 days to cover. When was the last time we saw days to cover under 1 day? Less than a day. Short interest, 20 million shares. I have to admit, I have no conception of the size of this float at this point. Really. I mean, it's still 500 million shares to me, but so this is the proportions are off in my head. I can't really get a sense, but I guess this is 8%, so that's 8%, and yeah, it's not really short squeeze material in normal terms. So one thing that's weird here, well, okay, it's not really weird because it's probably because of timing, settlement bullshit, whatever, and reporting of short positions. But you got 20 million shares short interest, but that's as of, whenever, the last time it was reported. But it says here shares on loan 16 million, so that the short interest is higher than the number of shares on loan. I don't know if that. I don't believe it's normally like that. It doesn't seem to make sense that it would be. I guess it's because it's so low that is just kind of prone to happen, maybe, or because of the 2-week delay in reporting and all that. I don't know. Cost to borrow, utilization 30%. This was over it was 100% for many months, and the short score all the way down to 52, rounding down to 52, and so it's going to be under 50 soon. It seems like they're holding it above 50 just to hold on, try to keep a few subscriptions, but and then this year, I mean, I'm not really sure how this graph works here, or what these bars are, because we got a line and we got bars. Is this, and this one's negative, positive. Is it down volume or shares lent or loaned, or I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't click that eye and find out. But live short interest data. Okay, this is the live data, supposedly 8%. Yeah. So it's just like totally boring. There's nothing happening here. It's not. I mean, if it was short hundreds of percent, wouldn't it be more than 8 officially? Like, so you're saying what are you saying here? Is that what you're saying?
Or are you saying what are you saying? Huh?
I mean, I know this is way too logically to look at this, probably, but I mean, you have to stop and ask yourself, hey, what happened to the short interest? I mean, how in the world? So you're saying that somebody or some entity, some institution or somebody, for all some unknown they out there, is illegally shorting a stock that officially has an 8% short interest percentage. That makes no sense whatsoever. And it would not be the case. It is not the case. It would never be the case. It doesn't seem to make sense at all. So, I mean, I get the illegally shorting thing. Like, sure, whatever. But wouldn't you think that it would at least be somewhat elevated if that were the case? Especially when it's been going down. I mean, I wish that this showed more than 2 months here. I mean, Ortex changes their layout more than, I don't know, more than Google changes the icons to their apps on Android. Like, it's all the time. Every time I come here and use Ortex, screenshots from mobile, I'm guessing this is from mobile, they appear to be different somehow, like fundamentally. Like, they're completely different, completely redesigned. I mean, they need to figure out what they're doing. But, so here's the commentary from the Ortex guy. Shares on loan and short interest slow grind up over the last 60 days. Hedgy can't seem to figure out what to do. Okay. Trillions in swaps Monday. OBV bullish. Okay. Current mood. Have an awesome weekend. Don't forget to laugh at meltdowners. I know I do. To laugh at meltdowners. That's a weird circular logic too. What is with these guys and their goddamn... So, meltdowners. I don't know if we would be considered that or not, but I don't really think so. It's not a meltdown. I mean, that's... Or does he mean like people that are freaking out? Like, who is the meltdowners in his conception? Like, because people that he would be laughing at, I think, would be like people that are trying to expose the AMC grift, speak out against, all this bullshit. I don't know. People on the GME meltdown sub, not the people that post it, or maybe the people that post it. Or that material. I don't know. I'm not hip to whatever that means colloquially, like in the woke sense. I'm not really sure, but yeah. So, but he laughs at him, and he's like a piece of shit. So, I'm guessing that that's what that means. So yeah, I mean, again, getting back to this nonsense here, there's no basis for that. There's never been basis for that. But everything has been built on that notion. This notion of hundreds of millions or billions or trillions or quadrazillions of naked short synthetic shares, whatever. And there's no evidence, first of all, because FTDs, that's not what FTDs are. That's not what short volume is. That's not what any of these things are. That is not what any of these things are. And I challenge, here's one. So you don't have proof. Okay? Let's just start there. You need proof. Can't find proof. Okay? But what can you find? What about a stock that's known? It is known that it was naked shorted. A stock that was positively and absolutely naked shorted. That's not a contested fact. Everybody agrees. Everybody involved agreed. And this stock was manipulated in this manner. What was the data surrounding that? What did it look like? What was the picture? How could it have been detected? Or could it have been detected? and start that way. And then once you identify those things, then go look for those in AMC, because now you have something objective. You have something that's known to be true, independently of everything else, including your opinion about it. You have something concrete. You have, we know this was naked shorted around this time, and this is the way the data appeared. This is what was being presented as the data. Again, maybe it would show you something, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. I don't care, to be frank, because it doesn't make a difference to me, because it's nonsense. But if you wanted to prove it, well, you can't really prove it. But you can gauge based on characteristics from a known event. That's what I'm doing here. I'm seeing if it fits the profile, looking at it in a profilistic kind of way. What is the profile of the thing that I'm trying to identify, and then extract those elements and compare them to extracted elements from other profiles of other things, and do they match? And then I can take a closer look, maybe, or whatever. Maybe then you have enough to you can combine that with non-technical data, circumstantial or social media data, or something, some other thing, and you can do it that way. But you have to have something. You have to have something. You have to at least attempt something if you want to say that and be taken seriously in any other realm, it seems like. But I wish somebody would do something like that. One of these clowns, nobody else is going to waste their time doing it, because you're not, what are you going to find? I would say you're either going to find nothing, or you're going to find something that looks basically normal. Maybe just with elevated volume. Maybe not. Who knows? There's so many factors that go into this that I don't even know if I believe that it could be detected. But the only thing that they can point to is that the price went way down. That's it. The price went way down, so it must be naked shorting. Oh, okay. That's good proof there. That's great evidentiary thinking. What are we... Okay. I mean, and that's essentially what he's doing. I believe this. Trust me, bro. And... But now he's walking it back, well, it's, I wish I didn't have to say this, but it's, zero or Moass for the stock, not for the investors. That's what data, zero data, zero data, zero data, zero data, zero. I said that right, yeah. Data, zero data, zero. Yeah, anyway.
AMC reported good earnings, but
almost done with this. Done with this guy.
Yeah, probably back into that range. Let's say market liquidity comes back in. Let's say people start buying stocks again. Maybe the economy ultimately avoids a recession, and things are going okay for AMC fundamentally. Then even higher than that. And that's the only chance
I thought,
AMC
wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold up. I thought that movie theaters did well during recessions. Shouldn't you be cheering on a recession? I'm just saying. That's what Shartavix did. He wanted that pimply-faced, pizza-faced, goon. He wanted a recession because he believed, no, he didn't believe. That's funny. He said that when the liquidity dries up, and it was always that metaphor, when the liquidity dries up, liquidity drying up, because it's wet, it's liquid. When the liquidity dries up, it will screw up their long positions. It'll crash the market. And here's how they get around this particular item. Because it's not if you just said that the market was going to crash, then short sellers would rejoice, you know, because they want things to go down. They want everything to go to zero, as we know. They want to bankrupt everything. They're basically private equity. I mean, we could just use that term interchangeably. Private equity, short sellers, same thing. Evil, you know, the boogeyman. But the way they get around it is that they say that it's going to screw up their long positions, and so it'll dry up their liquidity, or it'll dry up their collateral for their short positions, of which they're shorting AMC, GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond, and all these other crap stocks, you know, meme stocks from 2021 that have seen their short interest collapse, incidentally, over the last period. I don't know about GameStop. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I can't imagine. I mean, I don't know. And I don't care really that much to look right now. Maybe we can get somebody in one of these videos to show it, but let's see here. I don't. Okay, so here's the thing about this voice chat. So now, let's see. Oh shit.
So now I need to cut the stream because
right.
the audios are off. Or mute it. 1 sec.
Yeah. Exactly. So this is where it gets a little interesting because there's a lot of audio pathways, but there's only one stream. So here's how I have done it. Let's see. Now I got to think about this. I have my voice going into Telegram, into this audio conference. Yeah. So it's the same as what goes to the stream. The problem is the stream there's a delay. So if you listen to it from that, then you'll be behind me in the conversation. So I put this audio
5 years
from
from now, if Adam Aron does
the video
just laid out
into the feed that comes into Telegram as well. That way, whoever's participating in the conversation, we can all hear it at the same time.
The thing you gave me set up. And if I go to speakers, put me back on speaker where I can actually, okay. See, the problem I was having earlier is
it too?
When I selected speaker, it would go to my Bluetooth, and I'm like, no, that's not what I selected.
Yeah.
Anyway, apparently.
Yeah. Well, you can change that. So in voice meter, let's see. There's
It wasn't in voice meter. Like originally, when I was messing with whatever audio output I wanted it to go to, for some reason, when I first got voice meter set up, voice meter went to my headset. My headset went to my Bluetooth, and my Bluetooth speaker went just into the abyss.
Okay.
Itself, Windows is weird.
Yeah, it can get weird, that for sure. And then I don't know. Sometimes there's like a voice meter has a reset in the menu. It's restart audio engine, and that can be helpful sometimes too. Especially if things change. So I do that all the time. But yeah. So let me see here. Yeah. So
rid of the I'm listening. It feels like I'm listening in an auditorium echo feedback in my headset.
Let's see here. Wonder why you're hearing that.
Yeah, I don't know either. Because it's like playing back the desktops, not like you'd hear the desktop stuff. and then it's also playing back my input from my mic back in through the headset and giving this like, you know, auditorium room distortion to it because it's, you know, feeding back on itself.
Okay.
Infiltrated Morance's Discord. Sure, if he wants to believe that. If he wants to believe that I spend every waking moment of every day investigating what he does on the internet, sure. He can have that delusion of grandeur.
Yeah. I think that's probably, who knows, honestly, but goddamn. What? Well, we might as well look at. So you're not. Let's see. Do you have the live stream playing as well?
On Meltdown, that first one where I guess the guy who posted it were talking about how he was going after Salvatore, and I was just like, yeah, cool. Pot calls kettle black.
Oh yeah. Let's see. So, God, there's so much stuff here.
Well, because there's been so
you know, also actually
drama with Cass or whatever. Or...
Okay, so now I've shared it's basically the window that is going to the live stream. So
okay,
if
cool.
you
have to keep the stream and
basically, basically, it doesn't make sense for you to be playing the stream as well.
I know I'm jumping all over the place, but have you seen the clip that I dropped?
That's fine.
Of the Ethan's little Twitter stream from last night.
Let me see if I did. Yeah. Let me see here.
Short, so it's kind of unhinged.
All right then. Yeah. I think I hear. Well, I'm trying to think about what that audio echo is weird. I wonder if. So you're listening on headphones, right?
Yeah. And basically, what it's doing is it's feeding the input from my mic in, obviously, and then it's reproducing it again back into my headphones and creating this like echo reverb kind of thing.
Okay. Are you using voice meter at all for the microphone? Anything to do with the mic, or do you have the microphone set in Telegram, in the voice chat or video chat window in the menu?
Regardless. So I have hard.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's something to do with the voice meter. It says hardware input is the
next to the
hardware input to is nothing. Virtual inputs the voice meter, and then hardware out is my headset.
Okay. Here. Let's see. Next to the like the channel where the microphone is probably all the way on the left, maybe. Like where you see the level go up when you talk. The buttons to the right of the fader. Where's which buttons do you have enabled? Because that should go. You don't want that to go to anything that will go into your headphones. Okay.
No.
So if you
okay. I had to turn
A is going to be.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, A is your physical output, which you don't want it to go to. Yeah. B is the software output, which you want it to go to, because obviously. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. So if you wanted to check it, or if you wanted to listen to something, like from your computer, you want that to go to A. And in the case of this live stream here, the Telegram, your audio, the sound from the Telegram voice chat, which is you, needs to go to the stream. So that has to go, that has to go from one piece of software to another piece of software separately from everything else. So that's why I use Voicemeeter to do that. So I can control that separately, because I don't want
it's fun learning
everything to go everywhere. Otherwise, you'll get all those. Yeah. It's once you get it ironed out.
Video stuff.
Yeah. And see, I don't know video at all, but I know audio. So. I mean, a little bit of audio, but
something that's
anyway, yeah. So once you get it ironed out,
oh man, it's that delay is painful.
Yes.
But,
so
if you're
I think
somewhere between Photoshop and junk, just a CapCut's really good. They have a lot of good professional style effects, and it's free to use. It's just they keep some of the effects behind the paywall. But I mean, unless you're concerned about that, that's whatever.
Yeah, I downloaded it actually. I played around with it a little bit. I made some very low quality videos with it. So the quickest I can make those, the better. So. Like,
yeah, Pet Rock
AI generated everything.
Found it.
Yeah, it's cool. I like it. It looks. Some of the stuff looks really nice. Oh.
Go fries. Oh my god. Oh, that's so cringe.
Let me see here. Let me see something here. Hang on a sec here. I don't know what the hell. Well, anyway, okay, let's. So you're hearing a delay you're hearing me delayed. Is that what you're saying?
Basically what it is I can tell it's delayed because I say something and then you respond to it about, I'd say 5 seconds later.
Okay. I wonder if it's just me being slow, or because this time I jumped right on after you. Was it still delayed?
No, that didn't seem too delayed. I just noticed that, like, when we were first talking about, the audio inputs and everything, that you jump unintentionally over mine, and I think it's because you did, and then you'd respond to it, so there was like some sort of delay between you hearing me and me saying.
It could be just my fried brain on a Friday night. Honestly, trying to think about 6 different directions at once. So, okay, all right. Manuel wants to get back to the regular schedule. Okay, we got that. Okay, we got that ironed out here. So what was, let's see, some kind of Marantz video here just to see what he's got. Did we get any links to that, or
timestamp to the one where he was talking shit about all of us and Hannah? So I think that was about an hour.
Oh yeah, I think. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see, Thursday.
Because my video.
I don't know if I don't know if Manuel has that. I know. Oh, wait. Morant's still crying about Hannah. I think this might be it here. Was it late night stock talk? Was it that?
I think so.
Is that the title of it?
Mine is a day
Well,
ago. and it
what she
the
said
one
was
that
she investigates cults. Well, I'm sorry, we're not a cult, Hannah. You got me all wrong here. But if you're sitting there all hugged up with your honey and you're watching the show, just know I got a home for you too. It's GameStop. It's
right.
Rants. This is what we do. Welcome back to it. Welcome back to Morant's Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. Hannah, when you study the balance sheet and you study every inch of it, i.e. assets, liabilities, long-term debt, if there's any there, shareholder equity, then when you get to the side and you say, you know what, book value is this, then you'll know what it's worth. But to tell me that it's not worth $4 or it's not worth $6 or it's not worth $20, then why the hell are you making the videos? Why are you chasing it on the other side? What's your agenda? I know what mine is. I support.
What?
You're against.
She's not chasing it. She has no position.
Oh my.
She says that the only thing that she's ever invested in is like your 401k standard stuff you get with your business, so you can go fuck right off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you against?
Yeah.
You used to work for Toys R Us, therefore you know about private equity. But when we talked about private equity, you know jack shit. What that tells me when we're arguing or we're discussing things and you have people Googling for you, sending you messages on Twitch, because I know you live stream on both, someone's feeding you info at some point to say, hey, this is what Morantz is talking about, because you had no idea what I was talking about. You were so out of your league, so out of your depth, you had nothing to say.
I mean, this is a classic tactic of, you know.
From what I saw of it. So I don't know what the fuck he's going off about there. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. Let's see. Bad Back says when Morantz gets worked up, that lisp really gets going.
I know, right?
Hey, Bad Back, why don't you come in voice chat? Why don't you come into voice chat and say that? You know, you won't come in voice chat and say that, will you? I didn't think so. Who taught him all these words? Private equity.
I found the link.
Yeah, right.
To the jump point here. I'll reproduce it in general here. I think this is the link of the one.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Manuel also dropped it, so now I look like an idiot. Oh no, that's the start of the actual.
Oh, shit.
I used Manuel's because mine was of the actual stream.
Okay.
It should be about an hour.
Words. You can't take me out of context.
Okay. So yeah, so I had it. That was the wrong stream. So yeah, Manuel's is correct. All right.
But you can't
jump back here. All right.
You can't change my words. You can't take me out of context like Dan Olson did in his documentary, or like Illuminati does in her reviews, or like Hannah Reloaded does, or like Scott Allen, or this other guy Korax who's looking for interaction. Just did it again. Made another video about me. Morantz, why don't you address the subject, Morantz? What do you want me to address? What is it that you think I'm not addressing? I'm telling you, GameStop's the best investment ever. That's it. And that's my.
Look.
Yeah, go ahead. Video, go ahead. Answer it.
In this video, I've heard of moving the goalpost. I've never heard of moving the goalpost so hard that we're playing soccer and you take up the soccer goal, throw it over the fence and say, nah, we were actually playing football. Because he goes on here, if I remember correctly, and starts talking about, well, you couldn't say anything about GME as an investment, or that GME wasn't the only company should be invested in. And I'm like, yeah, because that wasn't the argument of discussion. The argument of discussion was about how your only problem with Pulte was that he wasn't pumping GME hard enough, and that it implied in your video that was your only issue, and be fine with all this other huckster bullshit as long as he was pumping your stock. You wouldn't care that he's trying to build a cult to go after his family's company and after the management in that company, and you refuse to answer the argument. So the only conclusion I can make is that you're okay with him grifting in GME, the GME community, so long as he was pumping the stock. And I'm sorry, the issue isn't that GME is a good investment or a bad investment. The issue is that you have a busted ass fucking moral compass.
Yeah.
That's my issue with him.
No, yeah, and this, Well, yeah. I mean, he's a master of straw man arguments. I mean, which is essentially kind of what you're describing there. Like, I think, you know, the discussion was about this, and and he's like, okay, yeah, but this other thing that's completely unrelated, and you know, because and this is pretty much shared among all these guys, you know, no matter whatever stock it was, but they don't want you can't address anything. Like, I want to talk to the creative investor, what's his name, Jake, or I forget, whatever, the last guy, hundreds of percent short. The float is shorted hundreds of percent over. Well, it says 8%. Now, Ortex isn't perfect, but I mean, that's the fucking exchange reported number. That's not Ortex. That's the exchange reported number. That it's not estimated. It's not 85%. It's not self-reported. That is what it is. 8%. Now, GameStop was over 100% when it had its short squeeze or whatever it had in January 2021. So, and AMC was up there, you know, I forget, in June of 2021. It was not 8%. I mean, any run-of-the-mill company is going to have potentially 8% short. That's nothing. That's not short squeeze. But but somehow they, which is another question,
have exposure. Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. Right. You might be, yeah, exactly. You might have a short position for some other reason. Yeah. No, that's a valid point. But my point is just that, like, there's no evidence for this illegal action that is unnecessary from just a practicality standpoint, because you can borrow shares at 1% interest or whatever the hell it was, less than 1%. There's plenty of shares, 35% utilization. There are shares available to borrow cheap. Why would you go an illegal route to naked short, which, by the way, I don't even know how you do that. Nobody can tell me how they supposedly actually do it. And then the whole grift is based on this one foundational lie, one foundational mischaracterization, or it's a random statement with no backing whatsoever. They slide it in, you know, and Marantz even goes down this route now, you know, talking about naked shorting and shit like that. And it's like, I can't. I just can't.
No original idea.
I just can't. Right, and this one you can't prove. And Creative Investor even said that. You can't prove it, but I believe it. That means you can't disprove it, though. So, you know, he's got me there. I can't disprove it. So it must be true then, I guess. Whatever.
It's one of those arguments of, well, yeah, I can't disprove a negative. That's why you're not allowed to use those arguments in a real debate. So I also like the fact that he talks about you and me and Hannah and folding ideas, taking him out of context right before he takes me out of context. It's hilarious.
That's classic. Yeah, classic. Yeah. Let me go back a little bit here and pick it up here and see where he goes.
Can't manipulate me.
Are you looking for interaction? What does that mean? That sounds like something that somebody who I don't even want to say. Like, what the fuck? Looking for interaction? Is that what he puts on his Craigslist ad?
I do.
Oh God.
Interest me. Like, first of all, I do videos on things that interest me, so I don't look for interaction. The reason I tagged him is because I'm actually an honest person. So if I talk shit about someone, I want them to know I'm talking shit about them. So if they want to respond, you know, in an actual meaningful way, in an honest way, not a douchebag way like Marantz does, they can respond to me. You know, I don't want to be that douchebag in the corner that's huddled up with the cool kids table going, hey, did you hear about Marantz today? Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, isn't he? You know, and I people seem to.
Yeah, that's me. Just kidding.
But I Like, how long have you been on YouTube? I'm curious.
Since July 2021. Well, that was my first channel, which got deleted and got removed from YouTube by YouTube in November 2021 because they said I violated the policy on scams or commercial content, which is absurd. I mean, it was the same damn thing that I do now, basically in recorded video form. So I don't know. But then I started another channel, this one, which is this one in December, January, following that 2022. So like a couple months later. And that's what is now. So, but yeah, basically since July 2021. And he started his like not that long before that, from what I understand.
Yeah. This is my third channel. Like I've had off and on channels depending on, you know, my interest or if I'm working on some project with someone. And I've been around since 2008, 2007 about. So like I remember a time when, you know, the idea was to have interaction with other users. The idea of a video response was the whole heart and soul of YouTube. There used to be a time when you could go to someone's YouTube video and down in the lower bottom, it was link video response, where you could create a video response and link it. And then the other person and their viewers would know. And on your video, it would show the video that you were responding to, so they would know what you were talking about. The whole idea was this sort of social media video platform. So when he says stuff like, oh, he's just looking for interaction, it's like, yeah, that's kind of the fucking point, you moron.
Yeah, well, you know, you also just curse all the swear all the time, so
yeah, it's like that's the whole point of YouTube, and I know because Google took over, it's a lot more, you know, suit and tie corporate kind of thing. But like, you can only benefit. The two people interacting in the discussion benefit from interactions like this. I bet he got more subs, more views, and likes from addressing me, and I got the same thing. I would know. I looked at my metrics.
Yeah.
So, like, who loses in this?
All press is good press. There is no bad press, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and the viewers don't either, because you know, it might cause somebody to think about something differently and you know, take some other action or not take an action, which, you know, may benefit them ultimately. I'm not talking about anything specific.
A lot of these YouTubers
but just
don't want to make
you questioning it is important.
Mm-hmm.
Questioning and asking questions and, you know, saying, hey, where's your proof of this? That kind of stuff. I mean, this is what you're doing. This is what I'm doing. Channels like this. What's wrong with that? You should be able to, if you have such a solid fucking argument, you should be able to withstand somebody simply asking fucking questions. I'm sorry. But like, and you should not get this fucking animated and heated if you're not, if you're, you know, if you know in your heart of hearts that you're right, you're not, he's not acting like it at all.
Yeah. And I think that's the reason why he won't answer the question, because he doesn't want to deal with having to answer for his moral turpituity. But,
you can't change him. You can't take him out of context.
Whatever it may be. But you can't manipulate me. You can't change my words. You can't take me out of context like Dan Olson did in his documentary, or like Illuminati does in her reviews, or like Hannah Reloaded does, or like Scott Allen, or this other guy, Korax, who's looking for interaction, just did it again, made another video about me. Marantz, why don't you address the subject, Marantz? What do you want me to address? What is it that you think I'm not addressing? I'm telling you, GameStop's the best investment ever. That's it. And that's my assumption, and or that's my conclusion. Right? I do the math. Do you do the math?
Oh, I've done the math. You haven't, obviously. I also know that there's a recession.
Yeah. So
this year, I mean, Tony De Niro even showed that they're projecting for the theater companies that 2024 is going to be less revenue than 2023 in the box office. Like, you think GameStop's immune to that?
No shit.
I'd sure like to fucking see the evidence for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's going downhill this year for a lot of companies, and he's going to be deer in the fucking headlights when that happens.
Yep.
I also find it funny that he was complaining about my cussing.
Well,
and he's got that fucking Trump hat down in the lower left-hand corner. I love these conservatives that talk big game about, you know, social justice warriors and all that stuff, and how they try and manipulate people's ability to talk about certain subjects. And here's this supposed conservative outlaw talking about how much I cuss. Fuck off.
Real quick here, I'm going to change something here in my audio. I'm trying to minimize this delay a little bit.
Cool.
Because I can tell now. I know what you're talking about. Now I know. So let's see here. That might be a little bit better. Maybe.
That I'm also going to mention, so that way you have like a point of reference as to what the delay might be. But he also yesterday popped into Fud Daddy's stream on Twitter and was talking in there, first time in like months. Gee, I wonder why that happened. It wasn't like, you know, I brought that up or anything. But like,
yeah,
he's so transparent. He's so see-through. You can see him for exactly what he is, and he hates it. That's why he hated my last video so much. He says I took him out of context, but every point he did, I took a clip of it. I didn't take any of the context away. I played the full clip, and then I took the individual clips and addressed each one of them. So I don't know what his fucking problem is, because I did everything that he claims I didn't do, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. You know, it's not, I don't think it's, the problem is not on a fundamental level like that. It's not on a logical level of any kind. You know, in fact, it's quite the opposite. You know, it's that it is irrational. And for me, that's pretty much the long and short of it. Like, there is no basis in reality for these things. We had anything else? Is that it? Okay, cool. Let's move on. I mean, you know, like, in a way, it really is that simple. It should be. It's as simple as some of these clownish lawsuits, you know, that get in here and that you know. Well, I don't know if
it's gonna be fun because
CSI is actually going to file one.
Al's lawsuit is the 9th, so that's coming up. And we'll get to hear back from the defendants on that.
Yeah.
One. I have a feeling he's going to get plastered against a fucking wall on that.
All right, let's keep going here.
Think about your life. You're the Monica Lewinsky of the goddamn stock market world over here on YouTube.
I had 150 videos last year. 150 videos. Last year, I did one video on Marantz out of 150. Fuck off.
Think about it for all of you cats out there making videos about me. You're Monica Lewinsky. Do you not know what that means? Think about being so famous. This is a comedian says this, not me. Think about being so famous that you suck that man's dick and you become famous. Well, guess what? Think about being so great at being a YouTuber that what do? You come make videos about me, and that's going to give you some type of, I guess, clout. You're nobody.
Wait, so he's saying, yeah, okay. What? This guy, he's such a little boy. He's such a fucking douchebag. Oh my God.
You spent 3 different live streams talking about me. That's how all bent out of shape is. I live rent-free in Marantz's head. He's trying to flip it around.
Yeah.
Something different.
You do.
You're being a little bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is.
That sand
like
your vagina,
that's the exact.
I'm famous. Guess what? Think about being so great at being a YouTuber that what do? You come make.
That's him. He's so great at being a YouTuber that I come.
He's so great at
make videos about him.
That he's pissed off that he still lives in his brother's shadow.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Ooh, you're hitting all the sore spots. So, yeah, like I want to drift off of his success and popularity. Yeah, I'm gonna pick somebody with less than 10,000 fucking subscribers to model and to try to like latch onto. Yeah, right. I mean, and talking about,
I get free airtime on Tony's stream anytime he wants to talk law. I don't need you. I got already YouTubers bigger than you that take time out of their life to have me on your live stream. What sort of argument is that? You're a fucking joke.
It's not one at all.
Me.
It is. He is.
Give you some type of, I guess, clout. You're nobody. Because you never did a day's work. Never done one day of due diligence. I'm out here in front of the computer all damn day.
Like, what the fuck? Like, this, like...
I don't do due diligence, but
this is so obviously...
Twitter purchase. I made money off of I doubled up on Tarian insurance. I made money off of the AMC arbitrage play. I'm glad he finally stopped talking that I'm some AMC bull because I called him out on that bullshit. I'm currently up on my bond play on the face value alone. We're not even talking about the interest payments I get from the government for free. This fucking clown has no idea how finance works. Period. End of statement.
No, none. Yeah, that's it. I mean, and it's really down to, it's really, 6 or half a dozen who's stupider when it comes to these things, like this guy or Donahue George, or I don't even know who else has been making videos lately, or whatever. But it's all the same. It's all the same level. He's no different than any of those other people. It's just he's the only. Well, he's visible on GameStop, but
I find it funny that CSI,
CSI
from Louisiana, who lives in a trailer park, makes a better genuine debate partner. Someone who at least when I give him an argument, he'll try to respond to it. He's almost always wrong, and he'll at least admit when I'm right. But can't even get over the very low bar of addressing my arguments, and that's a bar so low it's buried in the earth's mantle. All right, when you can't debate on the level of some redneck hick with missing teeth in Louisiana, you should just shut down your fucking YouTube channel and go away and never be seen again.
Yeah, that does not reflect well on California, Lynn, right there. Because they believe Marantz is in California, right?
And his fans talk incessantly about how great of a debater he is. And this is the best he can do? Really?
Oh, yeah, because all of his fans are a bunch of GME simps, and such, like, who would, I don't know. He could sit there and make dick jokes, and they would say that he's the greatest debater since, John F. Buckley. Anyway, all right.
I have over 91 PowerPoint presentations. 91 about stock markets.
91. Wow. Good on you.
54?
Yeah, I can connect the dots too. I can get one of those children's books from Walmart and connect all the dots.
Kids. It's Marantz Conspiracy Channel. The Earth is flat. Thanks. Yeah, the Earth is flat. My pops is twisted now. My pops is out here telling me the Earth is flat. He's been tripping.
Yeah.
I want to know who posted. Oh my goodness, that's great.
Let's see. I don't know. It might be in his Discord. I don't see it here necessarily, so might have been in his Discord. Oh, he does? I thought we had somebody in there. We're gonna have to work on that one.
He was showing footage from GME Meltdown. He said, "Go check in the secret chat or whatever." And And you all pointed out, yeah, he has like this secret chat anytime he wants to talk about GME meltdown because it twists his panties that we all laugh at him on there.
So Ron says buy an Ape Father t-shirt for $50 USD LOL, and I thought it said $50 used, like a used Ape Father t-shirt, and I'm like, you know, because Trump recently sold his it really is, Trump sold cut like pieces of cut up of the suit that he wore in the famous mugshot recently, or actually if you bought like the whole Trump NFT collection, the latest one, playing card collection, physical NFTs, which I wanted to do those in 2021, and he stole my fucking idea. But physical NFT trading cards and if you collect all of them, you ultimately get the little 1 inch square of the suit that he wore, supposedly. I mean, who believes that? In the mugshot. So it's not without precedent, but it's not a t-shirt and it's not the Ape Father.
My print shop cost $40 and my t-shirts are $35. Who the fuck wants to buy a $50 t-shirt? Who's kidding themselves with that markup?
Well, and more importantly, who I mean, if we're talking about AMC holders, who can afford it? Honestly, like, this is goodwill territory, man. Like,
fair. You know what?
All right.
About this? I don't give a shit if the earth is flat or round. I don't care. It does not matter to me. All that matters to me is GameStop's balance sheet. Well, I want
way to dodge that argument. Oh, the only thing that matters is GameStop's balance sheet. Yeah. Wow. I'm going to let's see here.
On that balance sheet, first of all, because this next earnings report for the end of the year and Q4 is going to be really great because they're going to do the same balance sheet magic they've been doing since before Ryan Cohen. They have over $800 million in accounts payable that are currently sitting on that balance sheet. You know what they do every year for fourth quarter? They dump all the way back down to 200 million in accounts payable. So what sort of effect is that going to have on Q4, like everyone else has been having, when they try and hide the fact that they've been backloading from other quarters to make themselves look less like a shit company from Q1 to Q3, and then suddenly dump that into Q4 and go, well, yeah, we're still profitable, but we could have been more profitable because we're trying to hide how shit our other three quarters were. Yeah. Read the whole balance.
Yeah.
Not just the parts that make you feel good at night.
So how does he answer the question, why has GameStop not had an earnings call the last 2 quarters? How would he answer that question, I wonder?
Or that
that's a question. I'm putting that question up to you, Marantz.
Yeah.
I'm asking you directly. Why did GameStop not have
calls?
Boom. Yeah. What the hell? I mean, if it's so great, if it's such a great company that you believe in so much, and you want other people to fucking buy into it, okay? And whether you're a pumper or whatever you call yourself, you're an evangelist, whatever, for this company. My question is, why would I put my money into a company whose CEO the new CEO, he's finally now the CEO, the chosen one, he doesn't believe in the company enough and doesn't want to stand up in front of the world and have to lie through his teeth? I don't know. But why the fuck haven't they had an earnings call in the last 2 fucking quarters? That does not look good. Everything else aside, objectively speaking, I don't like that. I would not want to invest long term in a company whose new CEO, we're just going to cancel the earnings call like the day before, or whatever. Nobody knew. It was up in the air. Then it was canceled twice in a row. What the fuck? Why? And
Wall Street's starting to catch up.
You're okay with that, apparently.
Okay. This is not cool.
It's not really.
Like
I agree.
All right, I'm going to get to the receipts that I have. It's in a secret chat.
See, that's what I'm talking
Secret chat. There's a secret chat again.
Talk about.
Yeah.
he's getting ready to talk about
Yep.
meltdown. He doesn't want the normies to know.
Expose all the chat there because a lot of us are in it, and that's the way it goes. So let's see. I'm gonna get there right now. If you guys have not seen the memes about this shit, it's great. Okay, here we go.
Need the fucking name. It's nothing. It's
This is Kais Malej talking about he doesn't need the actual trademark that he has for the PP show, the name, but yet he did attack PP show, and look at what he says. Look what he reveals to the crowd, guys. Are you guys ready? Because this is what, hey, we've already said this from the beginning because we know the truth. Here we go.
right. I don't need the fucking name. It's nothing. Bullshit, right? They did. Let me. Okay. He's using bots to increase the number of viewers, right? People don't know about that. People don't know about that. Control, do you know about it?
So this is a little bit too like meta here for me. Like he's reacting and we're reacting. I mean, we could react directly to that, but I guess what's the point here? What was, I don't know what the point of this, there's nothing here. Okay. So Manuel, this is what we're supposed to listen to, I guess. I'm just making sure. Cause I don't want to waste time on, but let me go back a little bit. Cause I have to admit I was a little bit lost. Okay. I didn't know we were talking about Kais and all this. So again, Friday night, brain fried. Okay.
Okay. He's using bots to increase the number of viewers, right? People don't know about that. People don't know about that. Control, do you know about it?
Okay, talking about Marantz. I get it now. I get it now.
Okay, so I know for a fact.
No, he's not he's not talking about Marantz. I don't know.
No,
I'm trying to figure out the context here because that's what
using bots.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Marantz is grinning because he's like, yeah, I got PP now. You're going to trust on the word of Kais Malej that PP has bots. Now, I don't doubt that he possibly does, but you're going to trust the crazy dude who tried to pretend to be Ryan Cohen to figure out if his wife was pregnant, that PP Seeds just going to throw that one out there. The guy who pissed on the CNBC signage. Okay.
Watch this. Kaiser says he's using bots to amplify the numbers, right, to pump it up, and he knows it for a fact. But before he can go on, look at how Chad and all these other guys come over and just shut him down. And they don't even want to hear about it. They don't want him to expose PPCs for what he was because they're all private equity plants. Watch this shit.
Guys, what are you doing right now? Because right now you're trying to assassinate your own character. Everything you do right now, don't point to people. It point right back at yourself.
Hold on, who's talking? Ralph?
You don't run spaces to fucking knock people down. I love you, man, but come on. This is not what we do, bro.
I was gonna tell him that, right?
I'm telling you guys, there's clips out here. I'm not going to show them to you. I'm going to let you hear them, though. The clips are telling you. PP's out here buying views. I already told you he was. I could tell by the interaction of the channel. There's that, guys, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, because you're...
Yes, of course. Of course he could.
They're
yeah, right. Yeah, I've been doing this a long time.
War between them is going to destroy their already weak-ass community. That's what they're trying to stop. But, of course, Marantz has to spin it into something more to fit his fucking bullshit narrative because he's a clown.
Right. He wants to be king of the grifters here. That's what's going on. He's like, well, I already knew that. I told you guys this a long time ago. I don't know if you remember or not, but I did.
PP.
Like you remember, like you guys told me, you guys convinced me to buy and hold. And
yeah. Your source there. Like I said, Kais Malej, the guy who pissed on the CNBC logo and tried to fake being Ryan Cohen to his doctor to find out if his wife was pregnant. That's the guy you're going to trust as the source for PP Seeds. The guy that's trying to steal PP Seeds trademark in a trademark court, which is like a whole different level of like just absolute insanity. First of all, why did PP Seeds trust Kais Malej to go get him his trademark? And second of all, why did you even need to get a trademark for your YouTube channel? It's just so much stupid here. And what he's focusing on is the thing that helps his narrative the most. Doesn't matter if it's factual or not.
Yeah. Funny how that works out like that, you know?
I know so much about
absolutely fascinating.
Study, movement, interaction, analytics. And yes, we knew what was happening. But the shit show is starting without a doubt. Kais Malej sent PP Seeds a cease and desist letter. PP Seeds admitted that already. He wrote that. He said, come on, man. And
he's threatened he will once he gets the trademark, but he hasn't sent a cease and desist yet. Man, come on, guys. You got to... You're going to be talking shit about something. At least have your facts straight.
I'm going to find it right now. I'm just trying to get there. Read it to you verbatim. And Pulte doesn't like a lot of things. He doesn't like the fact that he didn't put mics on the crowd, and people called him out for that. Why didn't you put mics on the crowd, bro? Well, we'll tell you why. Because you want to know what the crowd was doing? They weren't cheering like you say they were, or were they paid to cheer?
No.
Right about now, I don't know who would cheer the fact that their stock is down.
Why do we need to play this game? Can we just go with the null hypothesis that Pulte is a shitty event hoster? Like, why does this need to be a conspiracy theory?
Yeah. Everything has to be, I think. That's the conspiracy right there. But yeah, everything, I mean, there are people who turn everything into that. I don't want to insult anybody, but it's kind of a low IQ thing, I think. It's just like not.
Well, and once Hannah brought this up, once you believe in one conspiracy theory, it's really easy to start forming new conspiracy theories and believing other ones you've heard.
Yes.
Like once he believes this conspiracy theory that the Shias are out to get GME, like another conspiracy theory is going to sound real appealing.
Yeah, that's true. And throw in the fact that you're down so much money. You're looking for any reason to believe it, and let's be honest, you probably didn't, you don't have maybe the best critical reasoning, because you wouldn't be in a position you're in if you did. So it's a vicious cycle of ignorance, unfortunately. I don't know what else to say. Like, this is one of those times where the people who are losing are going to have like a huge opportunity to either learn or just be salty like Uncle Rico for the rest of their lives. And there's going to be a lot of Uncle Ricos, I think, but there are going to be some maybe who will be like, holy shit, I really fucked up. I need to understand that. And we'll use it maybe to go on and do great things. But unfortunately, that's not most of them. I don't think those are like the real,
not
one in a thousand or something. I don't know.
On my Twitter chat, apparently Team DSR, the guy who I had shared a clip of threatening to do violent things against Adam Aron if they had a big meetup protest at the AMC headquarters, has now set a string for January 7th, hashtag Elon buying AMC. Somehow I get the feeling that isn't a thing.
Oh, great. Oh, God. We've heard, that's hilarious. Yeah, that was a thing last year. I think it was last year. It might have been 22, might have been 21, might have been all of the above. Elon buying AMC, Jeff Bezos or Amazon buying AMC, AMC buying Disney, Disney buying AMC. I mean,
the basis one they always forget about is that, in bankruptcy, he would buy the theaters so that he'd have a place to show Amazon films, Amazon Prime, but not outright by AMC.
Yep. Lynn says wisely here, they just want to keep listening to those who confirm their existing bias. And, I'll just throw this out there. Is that why? But that's not, is that why we are doing what we do? because we want to confirm our bias. And to that I say, well, I never really had one, except trying to figure out what was like objectively true. And I'm sorry that it happens to suck for a lot of people. Like it's unpleasant for a lot of people, but that's where the evidence goes. It's where it's gone for 2 years. So, I mean,
right.
If it changed, we would say that it's changing, that it changed. And here's why. Here's the data, but unfortunately that hasn't happened. It's only gotten worse, quite frankly.
That's also some of the reason why I debate people like CSI. Like eventually for me, it gets to the point where it's like, it's not worth my time. But there's a chance that he could be right about something. And I reach out and try and do these debates or these videos that are like video responses or these things, because I mean, maybe there could be something that I'm wrong about. And the way that you find out if you're wrong about something is through discourse. And it's why I'm so pissed off that Marantz keeps ducking me, because maybe I am wrong about Jimmy. Maybe I'm wrong about his moral intentions, but I can't know if he keeps being a bitch about it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, you got to be a man, Marantz. Come on. Like step the fuck up or step off, like for real. Like, I mean, this is some Mickey Mouse bullshit here. Honestly, it's Mickey Mouse. It's this is middle school. No.
Yeah. And I know I keep harping about it, but it's like, I want to have a legitimate conversation, and it frustrates me when someone doesn't want to do that because they're afraid they might be made to look a fool. Learning is the entire experience of being made to look a fool, and adjusting your knowledge pool and expectations based on that.
Yeah, and that's a great point actually, because there's a great video that it's like from like 12 years ago. It's called "Why You Need to Fail" by Derek Sivers. And he created the website CD Baby, which was a big website back in the day. Maybe you remember it. Like people would have their CDs on it. You could sell like your band. You could sell your CD. So anyway, it was like one of the first like online music retail outlets, especially for like, independent artists and stuff. So a lot of people put their stuff on there. Anyway, he sold the website for a lot of money, and was very successful. Did it, really well. And it's just really inspirational, kind of visionary type of person. And he's got this video that really opened my eyes to that, exactly what you said, the necessity of failing and why you shouldn't be afraid of it. And that if you want to have a growth mindset or growth, you want to be in a growth mode of mindset rather than a fixed mindset. You need to fail. You need to do things. You need to practice things and fail at them and try to do better incrementally and things like that. Anything that if anybody's ever like tried to master anything does, basically they practice and they a lot of times they don't make the shot. Like the famous Michael Jordan Nike ad from the 90s, I think 2000s, whenever it was from. I fail. I miss this many shots. I missed this many game-winning shots, whatever. And I failed over and over, and that's how I succeed, basically, is what he says. And that's the thing. Like, I mean, I suck at trading like everybody else, but I suck less than I used to, because I keep doing it and trying to grow and learn, and
the gold standard for
it should be the same for this.
Baseball players is they miss 2 out of 3 at bats. They strike out, they fly out, whatever the case may be. They only get on base 1 out of 3.
Mm-hmm.
That is the average. Keep that in mind whenever you're
right.
at something.
Ken Griffin said that his best traders are profitable. They're right like 52% of the time. Ken Griffin says this, like the master of the stock market, the wizard behind the curtain. He says that, if you're profitable 52% of the time, you're doing as good as we are, essentially. Now, how true that is, I don't know, but obviously talking about like the prop trading and like their own, not market making, you got to qualify it with Citadel because it's like they do everything. They're like, I don't know, one of these companies that makes everything. Anyway, and let's see a little bit more of this here.
All of you, we got what? On all platforms together, we probably have 15,000, 20,000 investors watch the channel. And you're going to tell me that I'm going to have a meet and greet and I'm going to charge you $500 to do it. You guys are all going to meet me. And
that right there, you know, like when he says stuff like, you're going to tell me that, and he rephrases incorrectly what somebody has said or a suggestion or a statement. So you're going to tell me that you're going to da-da-da-da-da. I can't stand that. It's just a pet peeve. Like, so you're telling me that blah, blah, blah. No, actually, that doesn't appear to be what he was telling you. But, okay, fine. Let's go with that straw man.
Telling me. So you're telling me this is what you believe. No,
yeah.
That's not it. Like, it's a good structure for like.
So you're telling me.
Yeah, it's a good interview structure.
So you're telling me that.
Honest about it. But if you're using it as a
these guys
way to try and strong them, then you're just being a douche.
Yeah. I sometimes I can do a decent Jordan Peterson voice. It's not happening tonight. It's Friday night frogginess, I guess. But yeah, great one. Yeah, it's a great one.
They literally put a dildo up in the sky. I'm not even joking with you guys right now. You guys think I'm like paraphrasing. No. They put a diamond encrusted dildo about the size of peepees because it was only like this big. And they all worshipped it. They all like this.
Stop all around it. You have no room to talk, my friend. You sit in a closet, a broom closet with GameStop logos surrounding you, the American flag, and a Donald Trump Make America Great Again hat. You have
grown men, or at least I thought they
a
were.
Grown man in a room full of GameStop logos.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't even tackiest shit ever. I mean, what the fuck?
Your entire identity. Do you realize how dystopian that is? You made a corporate entity your entire identity. And this is coming from a liberty.
You know, and we saw this in AMC too. Well, we saw this in AMC too, where people like Sojka and some of the other ones that are really shilly for AMC, like
being a YouTuber is hilarious.
Yeah. Well, his sister can only do so much to help him, I guess. I think it's his sister.
Which is
I hope it is.
So, check this out, guys. Check this out. I can show you this. Look at this. Even the finest sword is plunged in salt water. Then it goes, pee-pee. Is this beef about the trademark? And look at what he puts on there, guys. He puts.
Well, yes. I can't look at it.
Okay, and I'll read it to you because I can scroll it up right here.
Okay, there we go.
Well, the fact that Kai stated in his 2-hour space call that he's going to use my brand and trademark, which I paid him for, to send me a cease and desist letter to sue me, is burning down the bridge, unfortunately. There's no coming back from that one, bro. Oh, pee-pee. There's no coming back. Oh, man. How is this happening to you, pee-pee? Aren't you the...
That? Like, what?
I don't know.
I don't...
This is a lot of energy to spend on this bullshit when...
Yeah.
Smart one of the crew. You have to be the smartest guy in America. You have on the greatest show in America. You convinced a multi-millionaire to pay you via super chats. I mean, you don't think we know? We've been doing this shit a long time. Right there. Hey, Bill Pulte, can you call me, bro? You remember when Bill Pulte tried to infiltrate the GameStop community? Does anybody remember this? Hi. I'm the gatekeeper.
Wait a minute.
Remember?
Hold on.
You're the gatekeeper.
You're the gatekeeper? Oh, what? Oh, my. You got to be fucking kidding me right now. Holy.
Oh, man. That ego has an orbit all its own. It's got moons and planets circling it. Oh, my fucking God.
Yeah, that one has a strong gravitational pull right there. That is a fucking real man. Wow. Oh my God.
Me, bro. You remember when Bill Pulte tried to infiltrate the GameStop community?
You remember?
And the thing is, like, wasn't he just crying about Bill Pulte?
Community, so long as he was pumping GME.
Yeah.
Is that remember this? Hi. I'm the gatekeeper. Remember that. Remember that. Remember when I told you?
So we'll remember that when GameStop ultimately continues to fail and you're the gatekeeper. We'll remember your position in GameStop here. Right.
I told every single one of you.
Oh, God.
Okay? I told you. I, along with numerous other people, we protect GameStop. We protect the information. We protect it.
Wow.
There's people out there that want to infiltrate. There's people out there that want to grift.
How do people...
So he protects the irrational... I don't know. I don't think... I'm going to change it to the small one here, and so we can have this chat up here, because this chat has to be just a fucking madhouse. It's got to be just a complete
want to attack it.
Shit show. Oh, there's Amber. Weren't people talking about Amber? Amber's the new one. The new, I don't know, or is that a different Amber? They were talking about Amber,
and we won't let it.
Okay.
The only one. I tell you right now, Badass Trader, Platinum Sparkles, is Short Destroyer. There's a lot of them out there. Hell, you know who's even come around on my end? Negative Banana. Are you guys remember? I didn't like him like 2-3 years ago. Oh, that boy's about GameStop. Let me tell you. I know. I don't want to name people, but I'm telling you, with John Diamond, Jerry Diamond, what names are we putting out there now? I'm telling you, there are people out here that are going to preserve info. So before you think...
Wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And she's actually, a sane individual who, I get it. She's long GME. She believes in it. That's totally fine. That's her investment philosophy. But she doesn't go around picking fights like Marantz does. She's actually a nice person. And we had a discussion about all these Bath and Beyond lawsuits and everything. But the fact that her name her username fell out of his lips is just, it feels very much like he's just using her name for cred.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. Badback says to play the video he posted. See Marantz's record of predictions. So I'm going to switch to that real quick here on the screen, and we'll see what he put together here. Let's see. This one. Nope. That one. Which one? This one. That one. Okay. All right. So we're going to watch Badback's video here.
We know how to do this. Now, the most popular stock in the world, I don't care which country you go to. Let's go to Canada. Let's go to Europe. Let's go to Australia. The whole continent of Europe loves GameStop. I promise you. Go look at Rocky. Go look at Jamie. They're going to tell you. But who runs Europe? Anybody know who knows what Europe can do and what America can do, what Canada can do? Mike Recupero, who is our CFO, ran the whole thing, that whole division for Amazon as well. Our CEO, Matthew Furlong, board of directors as well, he ran Australia. So we have the whole globe covered, cheek to cheek, guys. I'm here for you. I really am. But if you can't see what team we have, what...
By the way, they...
Yep, there it is.
Ireland completely, just doesn't look good in the after shot.
You're mad because 8-minute long earnings calls? I'd rather they be none. I don't need to hear guidance. You know what I read? I read press. I read it. GameStop partnered up with Telos. They're launching their own game launch. Did you talk about this? Did you understand? No, you're still talking about how they've failed in the NFT marketplace. Yet it's in beta mode, and the technology's there. If you haven't looked into multiple companies that are expanding on Web3, we'll just act like GameStop's not part of it. We'll act like GameStop wallet's not a part of anything. Okay, we'll take it all the way. Let's just talk brick and mortar, right? Is that what you want to talk? Go look at the numbers.
Yeah, so
I didn't realize the Ape Hunter had a YouTube channel. I'm gonna have to follow that.
NFT marketplace, total failure. Okay.
But I don't go off of what could happen. I go off of what will happen. Right now, what you see is what you get. We're trying, right? We're strong as hell. These paper hands, when I ask you guys, click on the video, paper hands, look at this video, look at every video, and just know that if you're sitting there and you're talking about plays, brackets, taking profits, all of that talk, well, that's what you usually should be doing in any given market at any time. Unfortunately, this time around, it's called the Moass. Fundamentals, rethink them. I'm doing it for you, not for me. Okay, and you will get the whole report if you download the correct apps. There's Credit Sesame, Credit Karma, and of course, the most important one, Experian. Now.
Okay, so I guess that is Twitter.
What the hell was that? What was that bit at the end there? Signing up for some kind of credit monitoring or something? What the hell? I'd never seen that before.
Karma, and of course, the most important, download the correct apps. There's Credit Sesame, not for me, not okay. And
so this is what he means when he says he's been doing this a long time, I guess. Right? Is that what we can assume now?
Pathetic sponsor spot. Like I've watched YouTube channels where they actually make those kind of entertaining and they integrate it well into their video, but this is just an independent, like this is the most lazy derivative form of sponsor spot ever. It's its own individual video. It's not entertaining. It's cluttered as fuck. If I was paying for a sponsorship with Marantz, I would have pulled that long ago because he clearly has no idea how to.
Okay, and you will report if you download the correct apps. There's Credit Sesame, Credit Karma, and of course, the most important one, Experian. Now.
Of course, the most important one, Experian. Oh, okay, like whatever. So yeah, wow. I did not know that he did sponsored because I don't. Yeah. I'll admit I don't see any of that stuff on my YouTube. So I think my YouTube's broken. I don't see that stuff. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing.
But if he's going to do it,
no. I mean, no, of course not.
I know he does talk shit about other people doing that sort of thing, but
yeah, he does. Okay, I'm gonna go to this one here. I think this might be the brother one. I don't know. I'm just gonna whatever. Maybe it is. I don't know. Let's see.
That wasn't enough, so we talked about YouTube because 7,000 is not enough for Rico apparently, and he's
it sounds like
we got falling out because I said I'll help you out on TikTok.
Okay, here it is.
And then he started making.
Let me just go back.
Started making real money on TikTok, $7,000 a month. That wasn't enough, so we talked about YouTube because 7,000 is not enough for Rico apparently, and he's like, no, I'm gonna do YouTube, and that's when we had a falling out because I said, I'll help you out on YouTube. I taught him how to live stream. I told him how to download OBS, explained to him how to go live, everything. I walked him through it. And when I did that, I said, hey, I'll promote you. Like I tell my followers because the followers support me, right? Like on my channel, like this rants. It has nothing to do about GameStop. It's not that. It's like people watch the show because I'm on it or whatever I'm doing. And I was like, I got a twin brother out here who's making content. You guys go give him a follow. You guys know I plugged him a couple times just because. And so when he got to 8,900 followers, I had 8,900 at the time. And he texts me and he says, hey, man, I think you need to do your show this way so that you can get them to pay you money for your stock tips every day. And I said, no way. I said, that's not what I do. That's not the show. I go, the show's education. And it's not about that. He says, nah, you're missing on the bag right now. I'm going to go get this bag. He's all, keep pushing out your loser stock to your cult. He said it. And,
I mean, is he wrong?
Said, okay, bro. I'll do it my way.
No.
Yeah, well, and then he started sending screenshots of him making $50,000 a month doing YouTube and the way he was doing it and Patreon and everything else. And
now the thing is,
like
I don't necessarily believe this. I don't know if it's true or not. Right, and it could be. We don't know if it. Yeah, and it would, but it. Yeah, this is the goal, right? I mean, isn't this the goal? What you would want? I mean, the goal is to make money. I thought. I don't know.
I'm fine making no money or breaking even, but like if I could make $50,000, like he approaches it like, well, because $7,000 a month wasn't enough for him. It's like if you have an opportunity to expand your brand to another platform, why would you just toss that opportunity? He tries to spin it as if that's a bad thing. It's like, what? I don't get it.
Yeah, no, I think he's trying to set up the thing where he's saying, well, it's not about, which is paradoxical because he just said a minute ago that it's not about a games. The channel's not about games. People don't watch the channel for GameStop. They watch it for him. But then he's also said that the channel, he's doing the channel for the people, so people know, and educational. So it doesn't really jive. It doesn't really make sense. I think what he's trying to do here is say, well, the reason I'm not as popular as my brother is because I choose to be an educator, essentially, and we all know teachers don't get paid enough, right? That kind of thing, which is, I mean,
totally running Sesame Street over here.
What the fuck? Right. Sesame Street, fucking, yeah. Goddamn. Yeah, Sesame Street, except it's for, 20-something gamer dudes who hang out on Reddit and traded stocks in 2021 or something, like gamer bro. I don't even know. Who are his followers? Who are they anyway? Like, are they? I don't know. I don't know the profile of like one of these people, like the typical profile, but it seems like it's like, well, I mean, I think I first heard you say this, fincels, a fincel. That's the profile, I think, right? Fincel.
Yeah. Fincel.
I love that one. Okay.
And it messed with me in the month of October. I don't know if you guys know this. I didn't make too many videos, and I was talking to Almo a lot, and Almo was like, yo, man, F that. Don't even worry about that. You're doing your stuff. And yeah, it just messed with me because when your brother does it like that, and he's vindictive or he's manipulative and doesn't care, just
what do you mean, successfully? Like more successfully?
Like
right.
Like, your brother was trying to tell you that, and you're trying to say that this is a learning channel, a financial channel. Even if you charged a little bit for it and was giving advice or information, that was like, what's wrong with that? And also he was like, his statement about you basically running a cult was dead on, whether you like it or not. Your brother isn't being manipulative. Your brother's trying to tell you, stop being a fuck up.
You know what? I have an idea here, actually. Hold on 1 second. Mm-hmm. I have an idea to try to minimize this delay here so that things flow a little better. Let me try something. I just changed my microphone in Telegram.
Okay.
To my headset. Does it appear that it's less laggy?
Let's see let's see how you respond to back and forth.
Okay, let's see. Let's do it. Let's see.
It's a little closer.
Oh, good. Good. All right. Cool. Because my other microphone has some effects on it, and that adds latency to it. It adds a delay, kind of. So, but it needs to be fast for the conversation. So, okay.
Yeah, because
let's continue here on Marantz. That's fine because I normally do, but I don't really want to. I don't like talking all the time. So it's good. It works.
Manipulative and doesn't care. Just the bag only.
Only problem, I can't hear the
and
feed
don't get me
now.
wrong, this product is great.
Really? Oh shit. Okay, hang on. I can fix that. I can fix that. Yeah. So, yeah, while I'm doing that, what is there any updates on any of those lawsuits? Anything with any of that you've found, or where is all that kind of stuff at?
I was getting ready to do what I like to call my litigation primetime, which is a riff on, I don't know if anyone's ever watched NFL primetime, where I try and take, like, if I've got a whole brick load of lawsuits coming at me, I just kind of go, oh, fuck, we'll just jam it into a 10-minute video and call it a day. Because there's some of them that,
right.
Here, let me pull up Pacer and I can sort of take a look at things. As far as Al's lawsuit, like I said, we're not going to hear anything probably till about the 9th, because that's the deadline. The Cass lawsuit of where he was appealing the bankruptcy court in Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm pretty much sure that that's DOA. Let me double check that real quick, because he did not reply in time for the deadline, which is kind of a problem. The courts are usually pretty serious about those. If you don't make those, then they just find you in default. Set reset deadline. Oh, he's getting an extension. Motion to leave to appear. Motion set for 2/5 before Judge Ferentz. Unless otherwise directed by the court, this motion will be decided on papers. But we still haven't gotten a reply from Das. So I'm thinking this appeal is just dead, because he was supposed to reply by the 3rd. It's the 5th. Still haven't heard anything from him. So I don't know what the court's going to do there, but I get the feeling that this appeal on the whole Bed Bath & Beyond bankruptcy is kind of DOA. The Owl lawsuit, I don't think there's been anything new. Let me go to Docket Alarm so I can figure it out for free.
That's the one I was curious about, because yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
Apple.
Okay.
The city. Boom. Let's see if there's any motions there. Nope, just a bunch of motion to appear pro hoc vice. So yeah. And we haven't heard any reply from the court as to the demand for preservation of evidence. Like I had said, I think in another stream, I don't think that's. Oh yeah, it was in a stream I did with Puzzled Raccoon. I don't think they're going to rule on the motion to preserve evidence until, because it's expected on the 9th that we're going to have a motion to dismiss. And if the judge goes ahead and dismisses the case, we don't need to talk about a motion to preserve evidence now, do we? So
yeah. Okay, let's see here.
They decide that. The lawsuit where Willis is suing Aron because he doesn't think that his anti-Semitic threats towards Aron are a problem has been pushed off to the end of this month. He asked for an extension. The court granted it because Aron filed 2 motions. First, a motion to dismiss, and a brand new appeal for his restraining order. So both of those have been pushed off to the end of the month. So I think that pretty much covers most of the major stuff I was following. There's a GameStop and an AMC lawsuit, but both of those look to be going to arbitration. Most of the rest of it is just kind of piddly dunk stuff.
Okay. Cool. What in the hell? Let's see if how this is.
Yeah.
You can hear me, right? What is this?
There's just video clips.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay. I'll just.
Why?
Everybody, it's off in Boston. Let's kick it off. All right. Let's take a look at what's going on with the stock.
That should be restored audio for you, I think.
AMC announced today it's planning an equity for debt exchange, leading to the issuance of an additional 3.34 million shares. Now, this decision falls closely on the heels of the closure of 350 million at the market offering earlier this month. Now, what does this mean for you? All right, Adam Aron's got literally, what is it, 5 billion shares or something he can dilute with, something like that, some crazy amount. He'll keep doing this until he's tired or until you're tired. 3 million out of 5 is like 5 billion or whatever it is. He's
like what hard
right.
So hard for you to understand. You are paying the debt holders. That is how this works.
Yeah. Right. Well, the narrative is that AMC did not need to dilute because they have enough money. It's greedy Adam Aron and greedy short sellers, and he's helping the short sellers, and it's criminal, and that's why I guess whatever. Al from Boston's going after him. I don't know, but there's a good chunk of people that think that they did not need to raise this money, like that. They actually have enough money to pay the debt or whatever to fulfill their obligations, and that it was unnecessary to dilute the stock. And it's like
that.
Okay,
I guess assume that they did not need to dilute further because of their debt obligations. Okay, let's just give them their retarded argument. Aron in the last earnings call talked about the company's backlogged capital expenditures that they need to make to upkeep their theaters from the beginning of the pandemic, where they've been skimping, where you had the media stories about the air conditioning's not working over the summer and things like that. Like, there's your reason for your capital raise. Like, what? Like, how is this hard? He told you literally why he's doing this, and you're just apparently not capable of listening.
Yeah, basically. But this goes back to the same thing that, it's the same theme over and over, which is also itself a theme, because it's the same thing over and over, recycled. This thing where Adam Aron says something, or some figure says something, and they interpret it in literally the opposite way. So everything's a conspiracy. And so, if Adam Aron says, don't buy the stock, it could be volatile and you could lose all your money. That is secret code for we better load the boat. I mean, this is what we're dealing with here. People who literally, they
sue him or he's putting it.
I think it's in every, pretty sure that's in every stock that's doing stuff like this. Basically, like, if you go down far enough, there's going to be some disclaimers. Yeah. So, and that's another theme actually, is stating something, some obvious detail, some normal detail that they just didn't know about, and hyping it as if it's news, it's breaking news, they discovered it, it was leaked, like the CSI and his fucking emails. Like, yeah, no, it wasn't leaked if it was literally in a public court document, you fucking retard. Like, what in the fuck?
Well,
that's not what leaked means.
All this Delaware stuff is leaked information when we've known it since April.
This is the nature of retroactive DD right here. It's discovering something that was there. Yeah, it's great. That it was there before. You could have known it, but you didn't. You chose not to care. And people were trying to point this out. They were trying to point things out, get you to notice things. You didn't do it. Now because everybody's scrambling because literally AMC had another all-time low today. You know, now you're going back and looking at this stuff. Well, it's a little bit too late. I mean, like you pro tip here, you got to do that before you invest. That's the key. You do it before you invest, then
It's called due diligence.
well, in this case, you'd still lose all your money. But yeah, it would be
Like I had a video about
it would be due diligence.
where I was Brad was kind enough to come to make this PSA video from Becker Financial about how, you know, it's important to read disclosure statements because that information isn't just in there to protect the company. It's there because of the idea of informed consent, that before you make a decision, you should probably know that these things could go bad for you. And before you sign on that dotted line, maybe you
Right.
read this.
Yeah, I watched that one today actually. That Becker. I'm gonna have to open an account with them. I like their philosophy.
Brad is a really
So,
cool guy.
anyway.
Some people should really listen to what Brad has to say.
Oh yeah, you know I'm jumping around here a little bit too, but so I saw this video here on the search results. This AMC Market Analysis Alpha Investing Hub, AMC Stock, AMC Entertainment Holdings Inc. Stock breaking news today, AMC stock price prediction, and I see this guy here. I don't know. I honestly can't remember what Brad looks like, but anyway, it's it's a good looking guy. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, maybe. So I saw this, and I'm like, I've never heard of this guy before. Remember that? So I clicked on it here, and
Hello,
yeah,
friends.
here it is.
Taken very.
Here's that.
Good stock for you that will give you very good returns in coming days. Yes, all. The my friend
So-
stock is AMC. And
Yeah, so it totally is a generic stock image character. There's no person. I don't even know if a human being was involved in the production of this video. I'm not sure. But so
Let you in on a little
going back to
Brad sounds more human than whatever the fuck AI this is.
yeah, this one's terrible.
Hello,
at least I think it pronounces AMC correctly.
stock for you that will give you very good returns in coming days. Yes, all. Of my friends, that stock is AMC Entertainment.
Okay, it does say it at least. There was one that said AMC, like AMC.
I need to
and it's like, okay.
I need to find a way to program Brad because he had some trouble with FINRA and QSIP. He pronounced it QSIP.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you got to play with the phonetic spellings. That's what I've found. Like once you find one that works, and it could be like fin, like two words maybe, fin and then somehow. Like you can usually get it, but that's the best way that I've found to do it. Anyway, like I forget what I had one once.
So, like it was pretty good. And another thing I learned is judicious use of commas and periods, because it's a program, so it takes by the letter. So if you want to pause somewhere, you better have a fucking comma. Whether
right. It's very much. You're right. Yeah. When in doubt, more commas are better in that setting for sure. Model 3 dude wants to see Donnie. I've been calling him Teflon Don. Donahue George. Because no facts actually stick to him. That's why.
You want to get
okay.
Donnie to shut up real fast? Just talk about how he got disbarred.
Oh, I'm sure. I think I'm blocked in his comments. I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
He bounced off.
I don't even know. Like, look at all these fucking videos. He put out 8 videos today.
Christ.
He put out 9 videos yesterday. I mean, and they're the stupidest fucking things. Like, no. Well, I don't know, actually.
Entertainment, educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button.
Oh, yeah. By the way, this well, I'm just going to consider this disclaimer applies to this live stream too. He's saying the one disclaimer for everything. Okay, this is the one disclaimer.
I'm thinking, analyze data. Like I tell every day, the data release us as false. When it gives a false narrative to market, we can make bad trading decisions.
Okay, false data to false narrative of the market. Okay, but he's going to go on and cite this false data, this fraudulent data, to make a point about AMC potentially going to the moon. This is the best part of it. All the data that released is false.
Oh my fucking god! I'm already.
Yes, it's a.
I'm gonna fucking rage quit this video so fast.
I listened to it earlier in the car. It's how I get my zen driving home from work. Here we go.
I made a prediction about a month and a half ago.
And these guys in their like, you have the balls to sit there and like claim victory on a prediction? Like, what am I missing here? You've been wrong about every fucking thing. And like, now you're saying you are right about reverse repos. I mean, this guy can't even tell you what a reverse repo is. I would put $1,000 on the fact that without any notes, they could not explain it.
Shit, and he has not a fucking clue what the point of reverse repo is. Not a clue.
None of them do. My theory was always that they see a large number. Here's a large number that's released daily, like 1 trillion, 2 trillion, and they want to have a lot of money, so they just assume, well, that's our money then. That's the money right there. Clearly, that's it, which is about the weakest link that you could ever have.
Sounding like it's onto the internet. Can you explain what reverse repo is?
No, he won't.
No, you.
He won't do it.
You. Just so we don't.
For me,
bags, they're just like,
oh yeah.
Know what reverse repo is?
Yeah, I mean, I don't claim to be an expert in reverse repo, but from what I understand, it is a facility set up by the Fed, right, to facilitate very short-term overnight loans, so that they can collect the whatever the overnight rate is, I guess. Yeah.
And my understanding is that
they've used it before.
So when the
Go
Fed
ahead.
says reverse repo, they're looking at it from the bank side. It is the bank loaning to the Fed, whereas repo is the Fed loaning to the bank. Whereas a bank would look at it from their end, not the counterparty's end, and it's what really confuses people a whole lot when they see reverse repo and repo.
Well, right, yeah. Because it's like, okay, reverse repurchase. It's a reverse repurchase agreement, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Or reverse repurchase. And yeah, so right, it's originating from the opposite side, I guess, is what you're saying. Which is why it's reverse. So, but all right. So, but listen to his explanation of everything.
Below 6.
So this was the prediction that he made.
Prediction about a month and a half ago that if the reverse repo goes below 600 million for a week or more, the market is going to crash. The reverse repo a few months ago was up to 2.
I mean, I didn't know that those correlations were valid. I don't know if they are or not. I don't pay attention to reverse repo. I don't care about it.
Reverse repo is kind
really maybe I should, but
because like it's bank lending. Okay, because reverse repo is from the bank's perspective, so that means it's the bank lending out to the Fed. It's them basically saying we have no investments that we would invest in, so we'll lend our liquidity to the bank so it can be rehypothecated back into the system to someone else who might want to lend. But like it drying up means either A, their investments have rolled out of the system, or they have found new investments. So I'm not sure what
is going on here, but it's
why would that correlate with a market crash?
Yeah,
that's the question. Why would that correlate with a market crash? Because you can look at the reverse repo chart, and I'll pull it up on Fred here in a second. But I mean, it's not always in use, So, it's been used before, but I don't think I don't think there's been a constant.
You'll notice it's when there's liquidity issues in the market. Like once the Fed started hiking rates, you saw a real high push up of reverse repo because it was much more beneficial to just park your money with the Fed and collect the like you said, the overnight rate. Why would I invest when I can collect the overnight rate? So it coming back down means that rates are coming back in line with where the market should be. And sure, that could be
right. So you have less of a reliance on treasuries, more in equities because the rate's coming down.
Crash because there's a pullback and now the market is readjusting and saying, okay, now I want to be back in, but
sure,
it's not always equal B.
Right. I mean, it could, very much be. We could be talking about correlation here and not causation, or maybe they are correlated. Maybe there is some kind of causal link, but it's just like incidental. Like, okay,
also,
sure. Like the 10-year Treasury yield goes down, the dollar goes up, equities go down, bond prices go down. I mean, these correlations are like again, these are normal. This is if that's what in fact is going on, then so what then? Like you say with Marantz and the dollar index, the DXY, like congratulations. Like you're maybe you're catching on. I don't know.
Not only that, but we're kind of oversimplifying
Probably not.
things. Me personally, I like Jeff Snyder. I know you have some nitpicks with him, but it's really hard.
I have issues with everybody.
Even a minute to fully understand the situation because there's a lot of moving.
It is. Yes, absolutely right. Which is why I don't really talk about it that much. I just try to hopefully build on the knowledge and kind of be able to grasp parts of it, more and more as the time goes on. But it's complicated. It's a complicated thing. Macroeconomics. I mean,
and the only reason I know what I do is because I'm one of those weird people. Is like I don't understand a thing. I need to understand the thing. Only the problem is a lot of those things are things that are so intricate. You will be constantly trying to learn the thing forever. And that's what the whole monetary system is. It's like we've been spending years trying to figure it out, and there's things that well, and let me throw this in there too. Like even the experts, even economists, okay, like the market is, I was talking about this I think in Telegram maybe once recently, but the market and finance in general, I mean, you have theory. You have theory of what should occur, but you also have practice of what's happening. What are investors doing? What are traders doing? What is the market doing? And those things may not line up. And I have an example of this here too that I can bring up, but the thing that should happen may not happen. And it's kind of like English grammar and stuff like that. There's a right way to use this and that and whatever. But at the end of the day, if you're trying to be creative, right? If you're E.E. Cummings, you don't give a fuck about what you're supposed to capitalize. I'm just going to use all lowercase letters in an artistic way. It's kind of the same way in the market, although not artistically. It's just going to do what it's going to do, and we have ways of modeling it. But I mean, that's why we can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow. Nobody knows, really. So you can say, I mean, even as much as rates, interest rates going up and stock prices going up too. We've seen that. We've seen that happen. We've seen the opposite happen. We've seen stock prices go up with the dollar. We've seen stock prices go up, when the dollar goes down. Typical correlation. Same with the 10-year yield. I mean,
the stock market is it's a in the short term it's a popularity contest, in the longer term it's a scale weighing. Yeah. So I mean those dynamics and it's like that's a dynamic relationship. It's not just one or the other. It kind of shifts back and forth in different time frames, and it's like that's the best way that I can conceive of it, because otherwise it's just fucking random, which it might also be, but I mean on some level, some stochastic element of it, right? You can't predict it. You just like you can't predict where a fly is going to fly, the path it's going to fly in. There might be some similarity, but like this is just a whole other level of magical thinking, really.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so here's the thing, the 10-year or the reverse repo. So yeah, it was used starting 2013 a little bit. And a little bit in
a bit of a spike. I think that's when the Fed
Q1 of
2019, which correlates with what I was saying, that it made more sense for the federal funds rate, the overnight rate, and then we went back to ZERP right when COVID hit. It disappeared, and now the Fed starts hiking rates again, and go figure, reverse repo starts going back up.
Well, yeah, and it really, I mean, it has to be related to the it has to be related to all of the money supply increase too. I mean, because that's what happened here, really. I mean, I think I can overlay. It's
more sense to park money with the
and
try and get a yield from rehypothecating it.
Oh, they have it on TradingView actually. So,
wow. Man, maybe I need to get TradingView if they've got
they have
all this crap.
I recommend. I mean, it's what I use, but. Okay, so this is supposedly the reverse repo. I mean, I guess it's the same. Well, I don't know if this is this is money market funds. I'm not sure which one is correct, but this is the one on TradingView here appears to be like temporary open market operations. That's what we want right here.
The one that you got.
Yeah, which I think the other one is basically maybe a segment of it or something. But anyway, so right now, let's see here. I'm just out of curiosity. Where's the banking crisis from last year? Is this like right here? Silicon Valley and I think it was March 10th, maybe somewhere around there. I thought.
Yeah, let me see if I can find a date. Sure, Wikipedia. That's a close enough approximation. The collapse started in March. It looks like they started.
Yeah.
So March 2023.
Okay. So what's nice here is we can put on here like the U.S. 10-year yield, compare that, and the dollar index and the S&P, or we could do ES futures, whatever.
Ticker up there.
Actually, SPY.
What was that? That was SIVB, I think. Was.
Oh yeah. It may or may not show it if it's deleted. Unfortunately, I don't know if it.
So it must be in bankruptcy. So it'd be SIVBQ.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Well, that's too many. Now I got too many on here now. Let me get some of these things off here so I can actually see them. Okay. SPY. Where's? I don't know what it did with. Oh, shit.
You accidentally.
I am. Yeah. I see that now. I thought I hit compare. Okay. SIVB. Okay. That's all right. Oh, cool. Purple. Sweet. Nice. Okay. So, wow. It's a little crowded, but Oh, and I'll tell you one other one. As if there's not enough on there. I don't know. I guess just use M2 or something. Just one of those measurements of look of that. So yeah, there we go. So another purple.
All those going up along with the M2. Who would have guessed?
I know, right? I mean, and really, okay, let me cull it down a little bit here to just a couple or just a few here. So yeah. So the first really to take off was, what is this here? This is,
if it's that like orangish tan.
Is it SPY? Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, you're right. It is. Yeah. So the SPY, right? Because there's COVID crash,
it's
and here it takes off.
And as M2 starts to, like you see right at the end, it's goosenecking as M2 drops and then flattens out. Like it's like, oh, hold on a second here.
Yeah, right. And the blue line is the dollar index. So here where
it starts to taper off again. Go figure. DXY starts having these weird ass rallies. It's almost like the money's shrinking or something.
Yep. Yeah. Right. So, and it's like it's interesting how everything's kind of like lagged or whatever, which we know is the case with all of this stuff.
As
the effect
M2, it's almost on a lagged effect. You see overnight reserve repo rally and then crash at the same time with M2. That's interesting. I would have thought that.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's see here. So right. The two yellows. I mean, the lighter yellow is the repo, and the darker yellow is the goldenrod or whatever is the SPY. Okay, so the SPY rallies, and then reverse repo starts like a year later, basically. So this is March, April when it starts to come back up, and it's April, May when the reverse repo starts to kick in, and right here is the game. Let's see, zooming in.
I feel especially nerdy tonight.
So there's nothing. I know, it's great. There's nothing happens in it at all during the GameStop squeeze, by the way, which is interesting here. Like it's a flat line basically here all through the end of January. There's a little bit right there, a little blip, but not much. And 3 billion, which is not much, I guess. But there's a spike here, and then somewhere around here is the GameStop, or I'm sorry, the AMC June 2nd event right here. Actually, it was down that day. Maybe they needed to take money out of it to pay, the apes, I guess, the ones that sold, who are everybody who took their profits, I think is a member of this channel, like, or is in this chat, because everybody here did, like, they're, I mean, a lot of people did. But anyway, that's here, and it kept going up. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, it happened before at a point where it was reverse repo was either non-existent in the case of GameStop, or it was rising pretty much. It was in an uptrend for AMC when the AMC happened.
I have a weird theory. When did they start doing PPP?
When did what?
And direct payments. Like when they started paying people for COVID and started PPP loans. Because what I'm trying to think is, because I'm trying to figure out what this delay is with the reverse repo. Because my original theory was it started going up once the Fed started rates, but no, it started going up in 2021. Were they putting it in reverse repo because there was so much cash in the system? There was no need to loan it out, so we'll just take this cash and park it with the Fed.
It could have been. I mean, they probably authorized a big chunk of cash, like at the outset, I would imagine. Or did they do it in like incrementally? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that stuff then at all. at all.
Yeah,
like not. I mean, I was, but not for these reasons.
Between things.
Well, yeah, retroactive DD in another context can actually be, helpful, but this is not because we're trying to figure out why we're losing a bunch of money. Like that's not it.
Understand the monetary system.
So, right. Paycheck Protection Program. Let's see. I'm trying to get a date on that, like when it started. Okay, Wikipedia, I guess.
It's good enough for government.
2020 CARES Act. CARES Act, yeah. CARES Act was in 2020. Let's see. Wow. So you had to have been operating a business as soon or as early. You had to be in business on February 15th, 2020. That's the first requirement, basically. Here, I can put it on the screen, actually. I don't know why I'm not doing that. Application process, loan forgiveness. So if you could see when the CARES Act, what the CARES Act
PPP
did.
Payment started on April 3rd of 2020.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here is that the payments went out in April. The first appropriation of $349 billion was depleted on April 16th, 2020, and the SBA stopped accepting new applications. A bill to add $320 billion of funding was passed. So they did do it in about $300 billion segments. So it says here that they signed into law on April 24th. So do we got anything on April 24th? This is 2020 now still, I think.
Yeah, I don't see anything
right?
until 21. I
yeah.
do see that it started to go up on May, at the end of May. And it says that the PPP loans stopped on May 31st, 2021. And that's when the reverse repo starts to take off. So they've got all these loans.
Here it is right here.
Yeah, there's your first spike.
Like this is 2020. That's when this is actually that. Well, it says that that's 2019, but yeah.
April 20th. You'll notice the second time it takes off is when the loans stop. Go to May 31st, 2021.
May 31st. Yeah. So that's when it was reauthorized. Oh, wait, what?
That's when
what was that date now? Oh.
According to
okay.
At least. The first uncollateralized.
Let's see here.
Was between April 3rd and May 31st of 2021. Or April 3rd, 2020 through May 31st, 2021.
Now I'm seeing something here on Wiki that says if the PPP loan was made before June 5th, 2020. Okay. Oh, before. Never mind. Okay. Never mind. All right. See, second draws. Legislative history. This might, if I went through this, it might say all the amounts probably in these each here. Paycheck Protection Flexibility Act of 2020, deadline extension, proposed amendments. Okay, yeah, the deadline to apply was May 31st, 2021. 30 days from the application deadline to process the loan applications. As of March 30th, 2021, $82 billion of unallocated funds remained. That's not that much in terms of what's on that reverse repo. Because we're talking, well, at the time, we're talking, what, 300 billion?
Yeah. So you got all these new loans.
So they're saying 82 billion. Yeah.
Which means all this new cash in the system.
The other thing.
It's been spent. It's now sitting in the bank.
Yeah.
With nowhere to go.
What's the total amount of that? Maybe $1 trillion?
Yeah.
I don't know. It said, well, actually, it says 519 billion had been allocated as of June 27th. I guess that's 2021. It doesn't really say. Or I don't know. No, this is 2020. That was 2020. Yeah. Well, it's mentioning 2020 up here, and it says as of June 27th, 519, but it says down here, it says on March 20th, so March 30th. So if you going, chronologically, this should be about June 2020, but let me see what the citation says. You see this, Marantz? I'm going to look and see what the citation says.
20.
Okay? 2020. This is how you do research. I mean, one way. To try to find out what's what here. Okay, but so I don't know. And then you also have, but you also got unemployment. You have expanded unemployment throughout 2021, most of 2021. There might have been stimulus payments too at some point. I don't remember. I don't know how much they were. $1,200, whatever, how much they were.
You'll notice
$600 or something.
Once the payments stopped, all that money flowing into reverse repo because it had nowhere else to go. These banks had all this money. It's like, well, we can't reinvest it. We're not sure about that. And reverse repo just keeps going up.
Yeah.
And up and up. And now that it started, rates, that's when it started to head the other direction. Right?
So, right. I mean, and this is the 10-year yield on here now. So you see it. Yeah, it's lagged, but it's lagged.
And you also have to consider with reverse repo that they were doing instead of QE, they were doing what's it called? Quantitative tightening, where they were dumping bonds into the market. So
yeah.
So suddenly you see reverse repo being unloaded because now I can go put that money into bonds that have got a decent yield out in the market rather than just parking with the Fed. And so bye repo.
Yeah. So it looks like it. Yeah, right. And that's what I was going to say. Basically, the correlation is positive with the dollar and yields.
Yep.
On the reverse repo.
Investments in the market without
which is
needing the Fed.
Which is a sort of a beta position to equities. So in other words, if these things are all going up, then theoretically, now, obviously not necessarily, because we saw the stock market go up in 2021 too, so but we didn't see the yields yet. We weren't seeing the yields go up yet. So I guess that was that's kind of the lag is in there. In the period of the lag was the 2021 rally, basically. Yeah. I guess. And then once that got overextended, literally on January 1st or whatever, the first trading day of 2022, shit started dropping. And it's so funny. That's the same damn thing that happened this year. And I had a feeling, it's like, I bet that this shit starts sinking on the first fucking day. And, I made a lot of money this week.
The Fed doing its nudge thing where we're not going to raise rates in December, but we're going to heavily imply that we might still do it in the future, guys. So don't get too cocky.
God, these guys are such clowns. I mean, I saw a statement by Barkin. Is that his name? Barkin. Said, "Oh, the labor market's softening," and then I clicked on the article, and it said, "Well, unemployment's still at 3.7, and non-farm payrolls added 217,000 jobs, but we see significant progress towards our goal." And it's like, what are you talking about? Nothing.
Did you see?
None of the data
from today where
indicated that at all.
Talking about about the soft landing nonsense again.
I did not see Janet Yellen talking about soft landing today. No.
She said stuff to that.
I didn't know she did.
I've never heard of the more unqualified. My comment was, only in government can someone say such stupid statements and still keep their fucking job.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She is something else for sure. So, okay. Well, anyway, so what we're seeing here, and even going back like in time here, when reverse repo was used like in previous times here, the dollar was also elevated at this then too.
Yeah.
So,
it shows that that market participants are not seeing a good place in the market to deploy capital. So they're pulling money out of the system.
Mm-hmm.
What does that do for a currency that is the global reserve currency that everyone has to use? If participants in America, see, that's the complicated thing about the U.S. dollar. It's used in two entities. It's used locally for all of us who are Americans as our national currency, but it's used internationally. So you see those dollar spikes whenever you see overnight repurchase, reverse repo go up, because it's market participants in America saying, I see no place to use it here in America, therefore I'm pulling liquidity and putting it with the Fed. Okay. International participants see that as, holy shit, where did all the dollars go?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. What the fuck? Yeah, let me find. Here it is. Okay, I was on the wrong one. Putting on here crude oil price correlation with the dollar. So, I'd like to actually hide these candles. Yeah, or the line. Okay, because you're talking about the dollar, petrodollar, right? And it's probably not just as, a lot of commodities, right, are denominated in U.S. dollars globally, is traded. Pretty much all major commodities, I guess. So, you're see like this
reserve currency
here
has to price it in your currency.
Yeah. Yes. So yeah, and generally speaking, I guess they say that strong dollar, will support inflation in commodities prices, right? So, and we see that here, correlating, basically, especially as things got more synchronized or something. I don't know what happened here.
Well, part of it may have been
it's a little bit lagged. I don't know.
Thing where
still
we had a huge energy gap, and now everything came back online. So you tighter spread again. Because look at that huge ass.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point.
Dollar and oil and gas there in 21.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And that's a good point too. I mean, we're talking about this correlation. This is a component of this pricing, but it's not the only component of the pricing. In other words, there's a supply and demand. There are supply and demand dynamics as well. Like you said on the
Feel it back, all the way back
here,
like GFC area. I want to play with a theory here.
Yes.
This tight correlation around
2019
when we were having the possibility of recession. Then there was a tight correlation again right now. And boom.
Well, there appears to be some missing.
In 2009, there was a tight correlation, and then it went wide again. See, I was trying to see.
Yeah. So here's
between DXY and oil futures is indicative of there being a recession or leading into one.
Yeah. Well, here, let me put the SPY on here too, just for reference here.
Hey, look.
So yeah, this is right. So this is where I think a lot. It may. I'm not saying this is the way it is, but I mean, it could be that. It could be that we're somewhere in this period. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if we've hit this period yet where, look at the stock market here is way up here in April of 2007, right?
We really should look for if we're going by the 2007 thing here. So DXY has its peak it collapses, oil prices and stock market collapses, oil prices collapse.
Yeah.
So what's the first trigger that we need to look for then maybe is DXY is still setting over 100. When it starts barreling back down towards 80 or whatever where it was, hold on to your fucking pants. It's coming.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing too. Like, I'm going to move this vertical line here over. The bottom of the stock market was here. Was it November 2008? Indicated on this chart.
The orange line.
Yeah, right here. Yeah. So I'm talking about this level here. I'll put a horizontal there too. Oh shit. Oh damn it. Oh, now I done it. Oh boy. Shit. I know. That's the only problem. You don't ever accidentally hit the space bar in TradingView. It will fuck everything up. It's like, okay, what the fuck? Okay, here we go. God damn it. All right.
I feel like a financial.
Here it is. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, and this is something that I don't know if you know the channel Maverick of Wall Street.
No, I haven't.
But he talks about this a lot. He's talked about these correlations and what is the sequence of events that happens typically when we have financial crises and things like that. So, yeah. So the blue line is $1, orange line is a SPY, and the purple line is crude oil price. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that should go on here, but maybe rates, maybe the 10-year yield would be nice to see on there. And I just was not
straight. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very important for tech stocks and those type of equities. Okay, so the 10-year yield hit a peak of where is it? 4.7. 4.7. Let's just call it 4.7.
This is back in 2008.
This is April 2007, actually.
Wow, the dollar started.
That's what it's saying here. Okay, so
what is that? A year before that? Like from its peak, at least.
Well, no. Now, I don't know why, but the data is not contiguous here. So
it's really weird.
Yeah, look at these dates. So, it's like June 2003. There's a few dates there. Then it skips to November 4th, 2003. Then it skips to November 5th, and then it skips to December 16th, then January 2004, and then finally we get over here to April 26th, 2007. So I don't know what's going on with this, why it's like this. I have no clue. But in any case, it's showing here that yield, and I didn't realize, I mean, yields were at high then. I guess they were. I don't know.
At 4.6.
4.69. Okay. And the stock market was also up at that point too. The SPY was 150, which was, a lot for it back then. Now it's 450, but, okay.
Starts cutting rates.
So Fed starts cutting rates. That's the green line. So rates start going down, and here's the correlation. Yes, and that's the correlation that we are likely to see with this rate cut.
Dollar starts dumping. So liquidity is returning to the market. The Fed goes, oh shit, because liquidity is returning to the market because people are starting to not spend as much or do anything with the dollar. The economy is shrinking. The amount of dollars is the same. So dollar liquidity increases. The Fed goes, oh shit, cuts rates. Then the market goes, oh shit. So we have to wait for that point where the dollar goes. So there's no more dollar liquidity returns because the economy shrinks. Then the Fed goes, oh shit. And then finally the market breaks and goes, oh shit.
Yeah. Right. So I wish that we had. Oh, let me see here. I'm just going to put on SPY and see if it goes back. What the fuck? Oh, because I got all these stupid things on there. What in the hell? I don't know what the hell's going on here. This is because I got all these freaking
for a lot
comparisons
of
here.
When they're like, oh yeah, soft landing, the Fed's cutting rates.
Oh yeah.
Your
God.
has only begun. Some lessons.
Yeah, there is a lot of deception out there. What in the fuck? I don't even know like what the hell happened here. Like what? Something is off here. I don't know what, but okay. It's because I have these candles hidden. That's right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No, I just functionally did that basically. Okay.
IT person.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. Let's see. Let me zoom out all the way. Okay. So now, yeah, this has the data. I mean, this has all this. So, I mean, we could look at daily. We could look at weekly. Whatever. Weekly is fine. Probably better. Fewer points. But here you go. So, here's the top of the stock market right here at October 2007. Those were the days. And then the bottom is actually in March of 2009. I misspoke. I don't know why it showed it. That other chart was weird. But yeah. Wow. I'm not going to say I had already graduated from undergrad. Motherfuck. I'm always the oldest. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, well, that's not true. I'm not going to. Yeah. Anyway, there are some boomers here, so I have to watch it. But they're cool ones, though, and they don't mind when I talk about the ones that suck from their generation, which is like most of them. So, but anyway, not really. Just kidding. But I mean, look at that. It's like this. It's weird because it's like this big double top from the 2000 tech bubble. There, isn't that funny? But yeah, so there it is.
That before that's really
interesting. And this, I believe this chart, this is proportional. Yeah, its proportions are correct there. So, I mean, think about it. This was the tech bubble, .com bubble, and that burst, and then
also in DX,
where is it?
When it got up really stupid high to like 120 or something stupid like that.
Yeah, let me see if I can put that on here. It's going. Oh, okay. So that's gonna. I guess the key is maybe make the main one the SPY and then compare everything to that. So here you go, and this is the correlation we were talking about. So here's the dollar, or here's the 2008 here. This one, yeah. And so at that peak, we see the dollar pretty much at the near the bottom of where it was going to be. Right, and that makes sense, right? That's the typical correlation. Dollar goes down, equities go up. Now you have, and then you have equities going down. The dollar comes down and bottoms out, and then what happens? You said, which is this the oh shit moment, or let's see, the 10-year yield on here too. That appears to be like when, okay, so the 10-year yield is, okay, so that other chart was way off. I don't understand what the hell was going on there, but whatever. This one shows the rates at 5.2. And actually, that kind of double topped as well here. So it in 2006, it hit 5.2, and it came down to about 4.5. Then it shot back up to 5.2 with the stock market rally, essentially.
Actual.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. And so let's go now. Let me get all this crap off here.
Interesting.
Oops. Let me just do this. Remove drawings. Yeah, there we go. That looks better. Okay. So, I mean, yeah. right now, I mean, everything is just so much higher though too. It's almost hard to see, but this is probably a double top in the market, maybe. But I mean, the dollar's orange. I mean, it is down, but I mean, it's still over.
It's over.
Still over 100.
Good if you're looking at it from an economical perspective for DXY, because DXY over 100,
yeah,
got some severe liquidity tightness in the dollar, which is why you're seeing a lot of these. While American companies are doing well, most nations abroad and most international companies are getting the fucking shit kicked out of them. Like Europe's already in recession.
Right. And I was just going to pull up that, like, well, why are, American companies doing so well, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's still so much money out there, I think, that, let's see, what does it say? M2 on Fred.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, shit. All right. I think, am I in the right section? What the hell? See, are we? Yeah, no, this is. I think this is. Well, it was updated in December. I'm not sure. There's other. Let's see. No. Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't discontinued one, because they discontinued one of these, like one of the ones. But anyway, this is essentially the same damn thing. Now this is indexed. This is interesting because this is indexed to 1982 to $84. So it strips back the dollar to 1982 equivalency, which is the incidentally is the year I was born. So it's yeah, right. So you can really see. So that should be. So it's this here, which was another recession, actually. But from there to, what shit? Oh, maybe that's just. Oh no. Okay. All right. Here we go. Right here to now. So that is essentially, yeah. 2000, I guess, is what it's. I don't know. 2000. So that's 2 trillion. Okay. Well, anyway, if you just look at where we were pre-pandemic to now, I mean, in this measurement here, it only appears to be a little bit higher. But if you look at some of these other ones, like I don't know, can't remember if it's M3 stock, which is, kind of includes like rehypothecated cash, I think, deposits. Basically, not just so M0 is like the actual cash, like the actual physical money, from what I understand. Like that's right. Only, but only the first, like the actual physical iteration of it, not any derivative loans or anything like that, right? But the other ones that they will include other, things get counted, I think, more than once. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it might be represented more than once because it's held by another entity.
Well, no,
sort of like long positions in
the
so long positions created from short positions. So short selling creates a long position, a long exposure. I call it a long exposure because it doesn't really create another share. It creates another exposure to the long position that already exists on that share. That's all it does. Well, right. And if you think about it, really, it's the offset of the short sale. So at the end of the day, those two positions collapse upon each other and go away like they never existed, essentially. And somebody made money and somebody lost money. It's not exactly zero sum necessarily like that, but it basically makes sense, especially if you consider the multiple lending of shares, like with GameStop that happened supposedly. That all those positions, they would all be paired, a short with a long, beyond the original share, and at the end of the day, they all collapse into the original share. So it's no thing really, but it's atypical for sure. But actually, and that brings me to this. So I found this. I thought this was funny. This is from the Best Execution magazine, which I gotta admit I was not familiar with before today, but I'd like to think that I'd like to pretend that I am. I'm a regular reader of Best Execution. What's his name? Brad Thomas.
Brad Thomas.
He probably reads Best Execution. I would imagine that he probably gets a hard copy of it. But the American Bankers Association calls for SEC investigation after short sellers' abusive $3.5 billion May profit. And I'm not going to read this whole article, but they basically, the ABA, right, accused short sellers of causing market distortion through manipulation and abuse. Okay. And it's by the way, this guy right here, this is the Ortex guy, not the Ortex guy, but the guy who founded Ortex, Peter Hillerberg. And I think I think he's a former institutional guy of some kind, obviously, but I don't know what. They're based in London, but he's in this talking about how much they made based on Ortex. But I don't even know if that's true. I don't even know if Ortex's estimates of those are correct. I don't know if they know how much profit someone takes. Yeah. So, yeah, right. I know, right? I mean, yeah. So, talks about here how since short selling restrictions were relaxed in 2007, the importance to the markets of such enforcement has only increased. The harm caused by short selling that runs counter to economic fundamentals ultimately falls on small investors who see value destroyed by others' predatory behavior. Okay, now this is interesting because they're to
defend themselves, use the regular Joe as a shield. Again, coming from a libertarian,
exactly.
It's just like there's such a lack of I always have this fundamental thing of if you want freedom, you need to take the responsibility of that freedom, and if you can't take that responsibility, then you're just a douchebag.
Pretty much. I mean, and I, maybe you can be the exception to the libertarian rule for me, but I always come across people that are like they're like bitching about having to pay taxes to pay for the fire department and stuff, and it's like, or roads, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, I enjoy those things,
because they're just a lot of the problem that libertarians have is there's a bunch of anarchists in the community that LARP as libertarians because they have no political outlet because they're anarchists and no one likes them.
Yeah. Well,
there should be
yeah. Well, yeah, sure. So it goes on to say here that the ABA CEO, Rob Nichols, again reiterated concerns around, quote, market manipulation or any predatory shorting, which would be illegal activity, frankly, because, quote, some of those share price movements just don't make any sense.
According to who?
End quote.
According to who?
Exactly. So this sounds strikingly familiar to what we've heard about AMC, where it's like, okay, but where was it here? Let's see. We have observed extensive social media engagement about the health of various banks and the sector generally that appears disconnected from the underlying financial realities. We urge the SEC to investigate this behavior. So they're talking about social media.
Again, according to who?
Right. So it seems like, significant short sales of their publicly traded equity securities that it claimed did not reflect their financial status or indeed the general industry conditions, with some short sales executed even after favorable earnings reports. Oh my God. So
this is in future events that we do not know about for certainty yet. Market participants take in data and try to determine what the future holds. And if they're shorting, that means they think the future holds you're fucked. And that's their choice.
Mm-hmm. or just, you're relatively more fucked. It doesn't have to be, and this is another thing. I'm not saying you're doing, but the apes are saying, they say, well, short sellers want to bankrupt the company. But that's not true. They short sellers don't want to bankrupt the company. In fact, they can't. Yeah, it can't be done. I've looked extensively for an example of any, and it's not Toys R Us Model 3 dude.
Every day, as a former Toys R Us employee.
Yeah, they say that it was short sellers, naked short sellers. They I haven't been able to find one verifiable example of short selling. Right. Yeah. That, if anything, that's more of a point that is inclusive, that supports what Marant's rant says about private equity. But I'm not going down that road. I mean, I work for private equity. I mean, the company I work for is owned by private equity, so I'm not going to say much more. But they're the good private equity. They're the good private equity. Yeah, right. Based in Connecticut and everything. So, anyway. So yeah, but this is ignorant. This is straight up ignorance. And the point I'm trying to make here is that there's misunderstanding about this shit at all levels, or misunderstanding or grifting. That's very important distinction, because who knows? I would expect the fucking president of the American Banking Association to be able to put these things together, and know this. So maybe it is grifting.
It is grifting. It's rent-seeking behavior.
Yeah.
Government. We're getting our ass kicked by the market. We want daddy government to come in and help us. Go bully these people. Rent-seeking behavior.
Right. Yep. And this was May 11th, 2023. So after the banking crisis of Silicon Valley, and it even talks about short selling has been a controversial practice, especially during the times of high market volatility. Case in point, the meme stock crisis of 2021. With short squeeze on penny stocks like mom and pop shop GameStop caused a retail backlash and subsequent trading freeze.
National company is a mom and pop shop now. Okay.
That changed the face of the markets and lost short sellers themselves an estimated $13 billion. Okay, well, I don't know if that's true or not. If that $13 billion, but it brought the practice and its practitioners sharply into the spotlight, as if banks don't sell short. What are you talking? Anyway, there's a chart down here that shows short interest on May 10th, 2023. Right, and it shows different types here, and I just was looking at the largest one. So Silvergate Capital Corporation, we know Silvergate was heavily shorted.
They're being shorted.
Right, that was 40%. Then you have B. Riley Financial,
scam bank.
Right, and I looked at them, and I it's okay, if you were shorting them, guess what? You did fucking well. You actually did really fucking well. Especially, I mean,
a short report on by Wolfpack Research, one of the guys that was in the China Hustle movie documentary. So I trust him on his research, and there's a lot of shady stuff going on at Riley, to my understanding.
Yeah, I've never heard good things about it. I've never heard a good thing about it. So it was one of those that everything, it's crashed in 2020, and then
imagine that.
Look at that, ridiculous. Yeah. So there's a lot of them like that. A lot of companies that would not exist otherwise, probably still wouldn't be around now.
Market that did not exist before. Thank you, government. This is what happens.
Right. So the orange line is Carvana. And what are we going to get here? We're going to get a blue line. Blue line is AMC. Now, if these weren't labeled, do you think the apes could tell you the difference between these? I mean, for real, because they all do the same fucking thing. They all pump and dump right along with all the shit
into the market by the government.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. That's all that happened here. I mean, really, like, to me, it gets simpler as time goes on to understand, which is also why it may be, you know, the case that I don't like that yellow. Come on now. I don't know what the random order. It's not random. I don't know what order.
It needs to go from, damn it. Inflation is everywhere and always a monetary phenomenon to, meme stock short squeezes is everywhere and always a monetary phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, so here you go. I mean, like, here's the source of it is this fuchsia colored line, I guess. And guess what? Where it is relative to where it was before, which is why I'm saying, you know, yeah, we ain't seen nothing yet as far as this goes, because if we do see more of this, you know, trickle out, which, I mean, if you're a believer in monetary inflation, which I don't see how you couldn't be, because it's basic supply and demand essentially. I mean, it's basic supply and demand. It is the most simplest, the simplest version, you know, and it permeates everything. And there might be other things. There might be supply. There might be demand issues locally in different sectors, and I totally believe that. But on the whole, yeah, no. I mean, how in the fuck, especially now with the market having rallied, you know, corporate profits being what they are, that's inflationary. You know, there's all these factors. I just don't. I mean, yeah, okay, you're getting less lending, I guess. So you're getting, and you know, I don't know. Like, this to me, like, why are we still seeing inflation stuck, you know, around 4%? Well, this is why right here to me. Like, you're only going to go so far with all the other shit. You need this to come down. You need to reduce the supply. And yeah, go ahead.
You've reduced the supply, but where have you reduced it? Clearly not in the US, because you can look at the M2 there, that's right there on your chart, but you look at DXY and it's still hovering above 100.
Yeah.
So you've reduced, what all interest rate hikes have done is reduce the supply for everyone else. But guess what? We're the national supply for all US dollars. It's a lot harder than just hiking interest rates to squeeze that shit out. It's
yeah, right. And to think that you're going to do it in like a year, you know, with this rapid of an increase, like, for the market to be pricing rate cuts in March is ridiculous. I mean, and it's probably going to be reversed if not already.
Because like we talked about earlier, is, you know, the American dollar sits in this Triffin's paradox world of, you know, national and international interests. And internationally, everyone else is like, make it fucking stop. This is painful. It hurts. And America is like, we got to cut more. We got to get the money supply back down. And which master do you serve? Because the rest of the world's like, fuck this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Americans are like, fuck this shit in a different way.
Yeah. Yep. So there appears to be about if you look at both these, the middle and the left, 4, 7, 5, and 5 together is 66% probability. This is in March of either a 25 or 50 basis point cut as of today, which is down about 10 or so percent from last week,
because they were putting out
but is still up from a month ago. So, you know, relative positioning, month ago was down. It's not up as much as it was, but it's still elevated. So that'll probably come down, I would imagine, because I don't
FOMC meeting, because I think that really sets the tone. I just, part of me wants to say they don't cut, because, like, I think the rest of the board is starting to turn against Powell, but I don't think Powell wants to cut yet.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it can. It doesn't make sense, really. I mean, you know, when we saw it on the other chart when we were looking at 2008, 2009, went away from it, but yeah, you know, there's a set of conditions that call for rate cuts. I mean, you know,
we haven't seen
basically to stimulate the economy. The economy doesn't need the help that rate cuts would give it, and that's what the market is priced in now already. So you know, in winter, when do you cut? When do you hike? Well,
remember,
what's that now? I'm sorry.
We scrolled all the way back to 2006, and the first precipice was DXY starting to break. DXY is still over 100, and it took a year of DXY away, fading, before the rate cuts came. But DXY isn't broken yet. Like, it's come down and teased going below 100. Dropped below 100 yet.
The problem is this brain dead soft landing narrative, I think, you know, which I think on some level is just, it's
hopium.
It's this Wall Street, you know, like it's like what's happening right now. Like what's happening right now, it appears to be a rug pull. So, I mean, on some level it is like there are people who, for whatever reason, you know, have bought these stocks at these prices. I mean, like, and I mean, fundamentally, you know, whatever, we could talk about fundamentals, but I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's probably going to like revert to that at some point. So does it make sense for Apple to be at all-time highs when they're declining sales and revenue for the last 3 quarters, at least? I don't think so. Is there really anything that amazing on the horizon?
Like, you see,
you know,
quarters of declining revenue,
so
suggest economic weakness to some extent.
In the most important stock in the world, essentially, or at least in our stock market, you know, that's represented so many times in so many pension portfolios and ETF, you know, holdings, all that shit. Yeah. Like to the point where like this Magnificent Seven group of stocks is like, you know, represents kind of a risk to the economy. Can Apple? What if Apple cut in half? I mean, I think it probably should be, but and it probably won't be, of course. But like, you know, does it really belong? So there's that's exuberance. Like, this is irrationality to me. That, I mean, yeah, you need fucking rate cuts when Apple is at all-time highs near $200 on terrible earnings and outlooks, like at a time when, you know, yeah, we might be going to recession, but when you talk to anybody, they talk about a soft landing. So if it just never made sense. And I remember in I guess that was 2022. Yeah. Right? No, or was it last year? When did it start? Anyway, when the narrative shifted to the pivot narrative, like, and it actually stuck, and the market started rallying. It's like, oh, here we go. Like, this is not okay. Here we go. Like, you got to just go with it, because I mean, narrative always fucking wins until the narrative changes, and then it, you know, then that one wins. And like now you're seeing all these headlines like, yeah. Well, and I mean, so much of it is pushed by the mainstream media too. Like, I mean, for real, like, where is it? Shit. I saw it. Probably not going to show it in here now, but
Community.
You know,
that's the thing that really bikes me, is that,
well, yeah, of course, yeah,
that they're like the alternative media, but like they've gotten to the point where they drive a certain segment of the market that they're not punk rock anymore. In fact, quite frankly, a lot of them are the pop sensations of the last 2 years. You know, you talk about your Matt and your, you know, so like you guys aren't punk rock anymore. Like, a lot of people actually listen to you. You're not the outlaws.
Yeah.
As much as
right. It's like, well, yeah, that's one way. That's one way of looking at it. Yeah. I mean, I said like, it's like when Metallica cut their hair. Yeah. It's like you sold out, kind of, like whatever. And I was watching something last night. I was talking about influencers and how, you know, it used to be that celebrities and whatever, like they didn't flaunt their wealth in the same way as these influencers now do, where they talk about how much money they have and they just flaunt, and it's like okay, you probably don't have that much. You're probably not
Smarter than everyone else.
right. People like Jake Paul and like people like that and whatever. And it's like, you know, I don't watch that stuff. I don't care. I don't know who half the people are, but, you know, yeah, but it's a different philosophy or different mindset or something. But yeah, it's pretty much garbage. So, let's see. I know I saw something. It was like, let's see, the bull case is intact. Why investors should take advantage. Oh, buy the dip, of course.
It's funny how Wall Street narratives line up so like in parallel. Like they're alternate universes.
Yeah.
They're on the same timeline.
Weekly U.S. jobless claims fall to 2-month low. So unemployment, jobless claims are at a two-month low, which, you know, and unemployment was flat at 3.7. Well, the Fed said they want to see that higher, you know, which is an unpleasant topic. Yeah, but
it's like
at the end of the day, you know,
make more of you poor. Have a nice day.
Right, which, I mean, you know, whatever. But I mean, but should a business keep people employed if they can't afford it? No, they can't. Should you know, if they don't have the sales to support it, or for that matter, should a company be in business if it can't afford to pay? If it's not making money, if it's not profitable? Like at some point, you have to face the fucking music. And we got a lot of zombies out there that need to face the fucking music, as far as and this is the reason right here, as far as I'm concerned. There are better allocations for capital than these fucking failing companies like GameStop and AMC and all these fucking bullshit companies that should have died 5-10 years ago. But yeah, Wayfair, you know, costs, like fucking Nokia.
Companies that are fundamentally on their balance sheet insolvent. Zombie companies that are being propped up solely by the fact that they can go borrow more money.
Yeah, and it's bullshit, because it stifles innovation. It stifles progress, honestly. You know, it literally does, because it's hogging capital. So yeah, we need to, at some point, you need to clean house, do some spring cleaning, get rid of the bullshit, you know, and Apple needs to step out of the fucking way and let some other company, and I'm not talking about fucking NVIDIA either. Like, we need, you know, here's the last thing I say, and I think Lynn, I hope Lynn's going to come in here for a little bit. I'm going to wrap this up in about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Just FYI. So Lynn, you got a few minutes to get in here and chat. But, so anyway, what was it? Clearing out the capital. Shit, I don't remember. But yeah, it's, I don't know. It's dumb. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but that's what the market is doing. So as a trader, you have no choice. Like, and that's what I do mostly, is short-term, very short-term trading, cash grabs, you know, like, I don't want to be in a stock or I don't want to be in an option position for longer than, I don't want to be in that thing for very long at all. I want to see it. I want to catch the rip, catch the dip, get in, get out, take the money, and then, you know, go do something else or get back to work. That's probably it.
Trades, but I found that most of
absolutely, yeah,
have been 6 months tops.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I tend to pick plays that, like, not very many, and ones that I I'm certain I've done the not the I've done the DD, Reddit research, but not no, I've actually professional.
Yeah.
And I understand the play, like the Twitter play. That was my favorite one because that's how I found out about Chancery Daily. But it's nah, he's fucked. And I was like, well, if he's fucked, then I'm putting a lot of money behind this. And sure enough, Musk was fucked and he got handed Twitter. So, it's things like that.
Yeah.
You do actual DD.
Yeah.
And you make good money.
Yeah. Right. And that's that's a tricky thing because you can, there are a lot of people who try to trade off of news, and don't, and aren't successful, because of the way that, well, how the way the market is, bad news today, in other words, what does bad news today mean for the future?
Yeah. Because the bad news
right. So
and then,
is it really going to dump on the day that there is that plane? Is Boeing really going to dump on the day that there's that plane crash? Well, was it last year? I think there was, no, I don't know if it was a plane crash, but it was some kind of plane issue with Boeing planes. And, I was kind of following it a little bit. And, my instinct was to go on a short position, but I didn't. I was just watching it. That was my instinct. But of course it rallied like 2% that day. And it's like, okay, well, that's a lesson right there, because if you had tried to trade off that news, you would have lost money if you were to try to trade it that way. So yeah, but sometimes though, bad news,
but there was a short that I was looking at, the Blue thing, which is advertising platform. They had a deal with Yahoo where they were going to dump a bunch of equity on them and everything. So they were going to print a bunch of new shares. And I was like, wow, great. They're going to dilute out to buy a contract with Yahoo. Sounds like a great shorting opportunity. Unfortunately, that was when the market decided to rip off of the interest rate hike bottom from, last year into last time this year, and so I got burnt. But by the time summer came around, I was right. It's too bad. It's too painful to be in a short position for 6 fucking months.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Lynn's here, I think. Lynn, are you with us?
I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Yes, it is. Good.
Were you geeking out about financial markets and the monetary system?
Entertained, informed, inspired, distracted, amused.
Well, I'll say that, this is really what I intended for this channel was to discover this kind of stuff, not really to come on and say, well, here's how it is, because I know how it is, but I don't, because I don't really know how it is and with a lot of things, but I know maybe some good questions to ask maybe sometimes. So, I'm just going to do that and try to discover and go off of here's what Donahue George saying about these repos. Well, what did we find? What would you actually find if you actually looked at it? Well, is it going to cause AMC to squeeze? Probably not, because what we saw was that stock market and everything else it all follows the same fucking curve. Basically, essentially, that's essentially what we saw. We saw a bunch of curves that went up and then down together. So, it doesn't prove anything, but it's fun to discover and test out little hypotheses and okay, well, what about this here and that? So I think it's interesting, but
well, I personally,
I never know. And
I've learned a ton from this channel. I've learned.
Let me just say this too. At the end of the day, I never really cared. And now I'm glad that I knew that there'd be some people that would be interested and that it would help and whatever else, but I'm not trying to be popular. That's the difference here between us and some of these guys, all And I played around with it on the other side, as you guys know recently, going long on AMC, so to speak. And, you know, it would be so easy to make a lot of money, not with Tom Vu, but with AMC being an AMC grifter. It's so easy. Even these idiots can do it. So I have to, I have to think that I never would have met Lynn or probably any of these people, if that, if I had chosen to do that, because, you guys wouldn't have been interested in that. I'd just be another pumper. So I like being different in that sense. And, thanks for supporting and all that and participating too. That's pretty darn cool.
Hey, I've been here since digits, so.
That's wild. Yeah. Lynn was one of the first subscribers, basically.
Yeah, I think I was.
Yeah, on the original channel.
9 or somewhere around.
And why the fuck did you decide to subscribe to my goddamn channel again?
Because I like the way that you cuss. I like and because I was very frustrated by what I was hearing, because while at the time I didn't have the basic understanding to prove or disprove what I was hearing, it just didn't sit right with me. It didn't make sense.
It just didn't seem right
to me, what I was hearing. And I feel very fortunate that I actually caught to, a little crest of that wave. I didn't make a mint, but I made a couple bucks and it was good enough for me.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to figure out, was it an anomaly, or is this something that's going to happen again? I didn't know. I had very little understanding.
Yeah, of course.
Moass.
Oh, yeah.
And so I saw that you were on that same journey to kind of figure out what the hell was that, or what is this? Because it hadn't.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So I just felt like it was nice to hear nobody else was giving the opposing side. Just you and Stocktopus, and he
it's so
nobody else was taking the
right. Yeah, he did
in the debate of what is this? Why is it happening? How is it happening? Is it a one-off? What is it?
So
is it really being manipulated? Is it not? Is it organic? Is it? And it turns out it was neither of those things. It was just perfect storm. Did
Reddit really revolutionize the market?
No, it didn't.
And I'll just say this, and I'll bounce over to Korax. But right,
that's why I've been trying to get people.
What I used to say
that I know that have been in. The
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Over to the YouTube side, because, like you said, it's been kind of an echo chamber over here, where you got a few people that are talking about it, but you get buried by the algorithm real fucking fast.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Hang on. Sorry. I lost track of shit. Fuck. Sorry. I lost my window there. I had muted myself. Yeah. I believe that. I know all about that, I think. But just going back to one thing Lynn said real quick, and then I'll go for it. Nobody was taking the other side of the argument or whatever, or even counter. And one of the things that I tried to stress a lot back then was okay, you believe this is what you think is going to happen, and you have this supposed reason, these reasons why, the supposed proof. But even okay, you have strong conviction in what you believe. You should examine some counterpoints, some counter arguments. That will only strengthen. If in fact you're right, then observing and analyzing counter arguments will only make you more if the evidence leads there and it leads away from the counter arguments, then that's good for you. If the evidence leads to the counter arguments, that's also good for you, because now you can change your belief to match reality. But that's not what they wanted to do at all. But it was bizarre to me, because it's you're trying to convince me of this.
They were all out there.
You're trying to convince people of this.
He was talking about the downside, the risk, the potential pitfalls, the things that could go wrong,
Or-
the things that nobody could
or the
forecast or predict. And that, to me, that was the red flag. When
Correct.
everybody's like, oh,
Yep.
it's all roses and beautiful and unicorns and Moass and rockets. And
when
then you know it's bullshit, because nothing in life is like that.
when everybody goes one way, when everybody's on the same side of the trade, that's, and that's really what made me think of that, because I knew that at least that much about markets. When everybody's on the same page, you need to be careful. Like, I don't want to be on the same page as everybody. Contrarian. That's essentially what it is. I brought a contrarian approach to this when hardly anybody else was doing it.
Know this. Like, nobody was asking for any kind of
It's bizarre.
or explanation, or
And that leads me right to the one lie. When one lie can negate 1,000 truths, and that's exactly what my little theme has been. Is and I remember saying this. I remember when it happened. Naked shorts became assumed. They started believing it. It wasn't that it was speculation. It was that it is. It was assumed, wrapped up in the narrative, and then more assumptions were stacked on top of that. And it sounds like a disaster. It's a house of cards. It's waiting to fucking collapse. And now we're seeing it. We've seen it. But this is no surprise to any of us, obviously. But, it's like and I hate to say that, I how I feel about obvious, but if it's true, when something becomes so obvious that the fucking mailman is talking about it, okay, and there's no hate for mailmen. I have much respect for that position, those people that deliver our mail every day. But when you have when your Uber driver is talking about what crypto, what stocks, what meme stock, when it filters down to that level, and when it's obvious to the common lay person who's never traded a stock before they downloaded Robinhood, yeah, it's probably obviously wrong. And that's been another one it's been like a godsend, because it's so true. Like, when it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. Yeah, the market's going, okay, maybe I got burned on that this past year. But anyway, the narrative being we're going higher from here. This is the start of a new bull market. It's obvious to everybody. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, it's been.
I never capitulated to being bullish. I'm just going to say.
We've been starting a bull market for 3 years. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just going to hang out at the starting line, or is it actually somebody going to pull the race gun? And
well, and the other thing is, they say, and I haven't been around long enough to know if this is true, but it makes sense, and you can look back and see, but because all the histories are there in the charts, but they say that bull markets generally, they don't the stocks in the industries, even sectors that were favored in one bull market, aren't necessarily and probably won't be the leaders and the ones to really kick off the next bull market. So does it make sense then, in that sense, for Apple and Nvidia and these companies that have already been in the stratosphere to be the ones that do it? To me, this is the last throws. This is the last throws, the final, drips coming out of this past cycle. Like, and we're going to see some other, and maybe it'll be something AI, maybe. But I don't think Apple's not going to be the fucking leader in the next. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. Their best days are behind them. I'm sorry, but
the iPhone didn't have a really good camera in it. Apple wouldn't be what it is right now.
Right. Yeah. Well, and you're getting, there's a lot of factors there too, like China, like not buying as many of them and stuff. Like it's totally outside of our control even. So, there's that whole aspect. But anyway, yeah. So I've always tried to, at least look at the other side, because, hey, if I'm wrong, well, then that's good actually, because my instinct was that, and that instinct was wrong. So I need to know that. It's like we were talking about earlier with failing and trying and stuff. Like, yeah. But if you're just like going with the flow, I mean, yeah, you can maybe be okay. But it's like trade alerts and stuff like that Roensch Capital put out and all these guys. Like, I learned that was a terrible way to learn how to trade. Like, I was told never to do that. Like, that would be the worst thing you could do because you're just learning how to monkey see, monkey do, or ape see, ape do. And like, that's what they did. That's what these people did.
The way that I made money,
yeah, go ahead.
By doing the opposite of what like Trey and kohrs and the old school, the Kansas City buy. You know, if you know,
there you go.
Right? The old school AMC drifters and pumpers.
Yeah.
Whatever they said to do, I did the opposite. And it worked for me. Like every single time, basically, because I could just tell their enthusiasm was just like, if you know a secret that's that good, you don't go around blabbing it, right?
Yeah. I found out.
Well, that's a good point.
Aside from the Twitter one, that one I got tipped off to by Hindenburg getting involved in it. But most of these trades that I've been in have been things that I found something on the wind, or I've gone and looked at things and I've done my own maths and done my own research. I haven't listened to what some other person has said. I actually sat down with the financials and everything and gone through and been like, this looks out of sync with where everything else is. Maybe this is something where the market hasn't quite caught on yet, or maybe this is a situation that something else could happen here. If someone's telling you to do something, and I'm perpetuating this myself.
It's too late.
Yeah, I perpetuate this sometimes on my channel when I talk about the plays I'm in. But yeah, it's like you've already missed the moment. That person was the one who got in while the getting was good before everyone knew.
Yeah.
Now they just want you to help come and build momentum.
Right. It's very multi-level marketing.
Or act as exit liquidity.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Do that sometimes.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Yeah, and there's a saying that goes along with that. It's that like when it's time to well, there's a couple actually, but when it's time to short the market, there won't be any shares to borrow. Like, because everybody's already going to be fucking doing it and you're late, right? Yep. Or when it's time to buy, you're not going to want to buy. And when it's time to sell, you're not going to want to sell. You're not going to want to do it then because, you know, that's the way the market is. You're going to think it's going to be counterintuitive.
Yeah, but
at some level.
It's the street and everyone else knows about it. It's over. It's done. It's ruined. You missed it. You're late. You know, the party.
In that sense, you say, if you go to AMC then and you say, okay, when did everybody find out about this? Really? Well, it was after June 2nd. You know, really, that's when, like, at least, you know, yeah, some people were in it then, but it was probably around this time. Like, I don't know. Maybe like May.
Selling covered calls on it, where I was just doing the wheel thing between February and about March, and then I got out of that right before
so
squeeze up.
So a lot of people found out about this then, and it was, you know, this is when I don't have the volume on here, but this is when the volume was the most here, you know, besides January, whatever, but you know, this is when all the social media stuff, like when I started really paying attention to the videos and asking questions about, like, okay, well, wait a minute, what'd you say? You know, and like people like short the VIX and all that garbage, just total garbage crap. You know, and so by the time everybody found out about it at this point, you lost it. And then when it's time to sell, you're not going to want to sell. Well, did anybody want to sell on this squeeze up? No, it was just kept going up and up, and you didn't have any sellers because nobody was holding it there. So there were no natural sellers like that were like trying to get out for like a huge profit, because like everybody was just buying in. The fervor was up, and by that point, after that, it was done. It was over, and you didn't see anything come even close to ever reaching that level again.
Every rally.
And we talked about overhead supply.
Out of it.
Yeah. It's gotten lower and lower and lower as
you had your influx of people who came in and started buying in at like 50 and 60, but it was on its way down, not up.
Oh God.
And those are the people that are like crying, right?
Those are your exit liquidity Yes. Yeah.
They bought in when it was going the wrong way. It was like, some of us bought in at 50, but it was the 50 below the 70, not the 50 above the 30, 20, 10, 5. A lot of people got in on the wrong side of that price point.
Yeah, and it's hard to know. It's hard to know like what's going on, and like even I've never seen. I had AMC call options like here, and I've never ever had anything like that happen before. Never. I've never seen anything like that. I mean, it was insane. Never experienced that before. So I wasn't even. I had no idea what to fucking do, to be honest. But I mean, because you see it dip, and then you see it, like you see these whatever. So yeah, I mean, I can understand what. Okay, it's going to keep going up, but there's also the fundamental question.
Not up to 100K.
Right.
And that was the problem.
The business wasn't even the business wasn't even operating then. The business was closed. The theaters were closed. From what I understand, during this time period, I mean, right? I mean, they reopened at some point in 2021, I think, or maybe it was later than that. But
reopening was about
this company is not
summer, early fall of 2021. I know because that's when at my current job, they're like, we don't have enough drivers. So guess what you're doing? You're in your dinky little van doing a semi route. Enjoy it. Love it. We'll pay you more, but for the next month and a half, you're going to be fucked.
That's funny because we used to have a guy that would hang out in this channel, the first iteration of it. One knows who I'm talking about, and he also did deliveries, and he was a banana delivery guy, like no shit, and I thought he was kidding at first, Apish Bambino, and Josh, and like he was like, yeah, I'm delivering bananas. I'm like, I just didn't even take it seriously, and he's like, no, I'm actually delivering bananas. Like, like okay, so that's funny, but I think he had a minivan, so it was just like a local thing he did, like locally. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, by the time everybody found out about it here, it's too late, and I don't know. I mean, that's it's sort of the dangers of this type of thing, and I've said this before. I'll say it again. I don't think short squeeze investing is legitimate. I don't really think it's a legitimate strategy, especially like using the way that it was done this time, like using data like Ortex and all that, trying to play these short squeezes, trying to create short squeeze. I just
and it only worked because there was.
I don't really care for it.
To pump the stock and
right. Where do they think all this money came from for people to pay $40, $50, $60, $70 a share, whether it was option hedging, which I'm sure there was, or actual short position being closed, which they were then. We've seen the charts of how the short interest declined after this, and same thing with GameStop over here. Like it did. Was it a short squeeze? I mean, who's counting really? I mean, you had a massive short covering event. I mean, at the very least, you had a short covering event, which is always funny to look to if you just compare like the SPU, SPY. Here, I used to do this all the fucking time. Every one of these goddamn rallies, pump and dumps here in AMC, you see it. The same fucking thing happened in the SPY. It followed the market for the most part. I mean, the profile is a little different here and there, but pretty much on every peak, it literally lines up almost perfectly. And they like to say it tracks perfectly. This is one that actually does fucking track perfectly. Ants Trades and whoever else. Yeah, it tracked perfectly with the fact that, the whole market was doing these probably, short covering. My guess is in 2022, you had a lot of short covering happen because you had a lot of selling and, just you had repositioning and short covering, all kinds of shit, whatever. But we know when the market goes down, it also, it's not straight down. It's like whipsaw or jagged type of thing. It's up and down. But it's just funny to me how it, literally every time, because and it's like you could almost predict that would happen if it, because every time they would get excited like this, like every time, like here, like one of these pumps, or here, every time you either ramp up. Trey would even come back and do videos. People would come back and do videos that haven't done videos for a long time because I can do the grift now because it's bullish again. And every fucking time, I figured one time at least I would get burnt on that, like that it wouldn't, and I'd look like a fool because it's pretty fucking obvious to me. I mean, it's pretty goddamn obvious. Like I'm sorry to use that word, but no, every fucking time it did. I mean, without fail, literally. So yeah.
Well, to me,
it's man, what a fucking bullshit.
Happy and amazed that a stock that had previously traded for somewhere between $2 and $5, I think maybe $7 was like a high, went up to 72. They had to say, oh no, it's going to be worth 10K, 100K, 500K is the floor. And that's when I knew these people are just absolutely full of crap, because there's just no way. There's just nothing to justify that. The overhyping and the overenthusiasm was, it was absurdly unbelievable. And that was when I was like, oh, I'm out of here, because I see the writing on the wall. Once something is pumped as this, this impossible, once in a lifetime, only for you special deal right now. No, now you're trying to rip me off. That's what you're doing. I'm stupid. So, and that was when I jumped ship, and it was right around 68. I got in at 12 and got out at 68. So, that was good enough for me. I was not going to sit around and wait for 100K.
Hell yeah.
And lose what I
Hell no.
Away. I was like, no, it's time to they say,
I had a friend like that too. He got in like before even the $12 spot. His whole thing was, when reopening comes, then it'll be painful, but it'll start cycling through. And he figured it would take a while. Bought in around, like, I want to say probably that $8 range. And as soon as that first squeeze happened, he's like, well, it was nice knowing y'all. Deuces.
Yeah.
First in, first out.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow. Okay. So it legitimately, what AMC did legitimately have, this is an all-time low close today of 517, and that's what was it? 10. That is 1/10, actually 1/10 of the original. Okay, it's not exactly, because it's also ape. So ape was combined with it, and then it was reverse split. So it's not exactly just 1/10. It's a little bit, but not that much more, because ape was basically worthless. So whatever.
The whole ape, that was a whole nother, like, what? Why?
That was like.
It's like your toy.
That was what happened.
Just fuck around with it and see what happens. Like, if I take all the green stuff off the outside of my Gumby, what's on the inside? Oh, just metal wire. It was like they were just dissecting it just to see what happened.
Well, I mean, they had a problem that they couldn't get enough votes together to approve more share authorization. So they had to come up with a silly way to be able to backdoor that. But what's
right, and that's what right. Yeah.
Of what if they had managed to get enough votes for that reauthorization when it was up at like these ridiculous prices around $30 or $20? What would the company look like now if apes hadn't been so petulantly stubborn about not approving a new share authorization?
And that's another thing too. I'll jump in and say, like, Adam Aron assumed that was an assumption that AMC made based on what was said in 2021. Like, there was never any vote. Like, in fact, it was supposed to be on the 2021 vote at the meeting in May or June or whenever it was, and Adam, he got a lot of backlash when he announced it on Twitter and stuff, and so he said, all right, well, I can see that our shareholders do not want this now, so I'm going to take it, I'm going to pull it off of that ballot. We're not even going to vote on it now. I can tell you don't want it, so we'll just hold off on that. And to my knowledge, I mean, it was never, I mean, that was the assumption that they ran with for the next 2 years. There was never any vote on it.
Also,
that I know of
was that they were getting because one of them they started doing the vote and they pulled it, as he said infamously on
that was the one in 21. Yeah.
I think what happened is they were starting to get some of the early proxy statements, and it was really close, but I think they were starting to see that the voter turnout was not going to be enough to get around Section 242B.
Well, that could be
where they needed 51%.
That could be
shareholders, or it doesn't pass, and that's been pretty standard for the company. Like they averaged about a 30% voter turnout ratio. So it could have been that it could have been for or against, but it wouldn't have mattered because not enough people voted, which is the other thing that really pisses me off about.
Right. Yeah.
Or it could be just two of them. The two thoughts in my head are, one, all these apes that are supposedly so heavily invested in the company, you can't, do a fucking proxy vote. Are you serious? Or the other thing is, it's not really that big of a movement. Like that they couldn't move the voter turnout enough to get above, like, I think it was like 35 or 36 eventually voted percentage wise for the ape convergence thing. So a bit above normal average for AMC. Either tells me they couldn't be bothered or the movement's not that big. Which poison would you like?
Well, yeah. It's probably not that big, but they like to say that. Oh, they like to say 3.8 million. They like to say 4.1 million. These are all numbers that were thrown out by Adam Aron in 2021 and 2.
When retail investors and apes are synonymous, but they are not they're not, like, apes are retail investors, but retail investors are not.
There you go.
Apes.
That's it. Yep. That's the one right there. And they would go on like Fidelity and look at the ownership percentage and say, okay, look, it's, owned 60-70% by apes. Well, no, retail investors. Yeah. Apes are retail investors, but retail investors are not necessarily apes. So you can't say that. I don't know how Adam Aron knew that. And then he came out with these goofy statements. Well, if you exclude the index funds, it would seem that, 80% of the float is owned by retail investors. And so that was a whole other fucking thing. Like that took on a life of its own, where the apes were claiming we own 90%. Yeah. We know 90% of the float. So how did they own this much and blah, blah, blah. And then of course that gives rise to speculation of naked share, synthetic shares or whatever. Like, and then they try to figure it out by using these flawed calculations based on averages. And it's like, do you even understand what an average is? Like, how clearly you don't, because you think that you should be averaging down in a fucking thing. God, how's that worked? I mean, oh my God, averaging down. I averaged down today in my put option positions when the fucking market went up, and I made a lot of money because I was strategic about it. But because I had a strong suspicion that it was going to come back down, like on this trade, but it was calculated, and I didn't do it perfectly, and I could have lost, and I have before, and I understand that. So, that's one thing. But over this period, like, if you average down here and average down here and average down here, I mean, nothing has changed except that you're just losing more money. Like, you're still losing more money.
That's the thing is,
it's insane.
They like taking these little sayings that prominent investors have used, like the averaging down thing, or the when Warren Buffett says I go 100%, and they forget the part in plays that I'm 100% on, like there is no
Yeah.
that I could foresee. Like they like taking little bits but not finishing the whole quote or finishing the context around it. Like Warren Buffett, when he's talking about
they take
he invests 100% in, that's like Twitter. Twitter was going to be bought by Musk. There was no getting out of that contract. That is an 100% play. That's what he means. There's no. They
like to talk about fear and greed. His quote about fearful and greedy too, and somehow use that to justify, like what they're doing. And it's like, well, that's no, like you're never gonna see somebody like that do anything like this. In fact, what did Warren Buffett say about Bitcoin? Well, I mean, in my mind, this is closer to that than anything else.
His dead buddy said about Bitcoin. He had a lot of choice words for Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, I think, didn't he say, which one of them said that you could sell, he wouldn't buy all the Bitcoin in the world for a quarter or something like that. I don't know. One of them said that.
That said that.
Was that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's more closer to that because you got no fundamentals.
Charlie is there to be what Warren Buffett wishes he could say without looking like an asshole.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Munger Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, that was a turd. Yeah, that quote is.
They were taking.
Yeah. How about
turning them into sound bites, and that was the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bitcoin is worthless rat poison. Yeah. This is from 4 years ago.
Anytime
I go near crypto.
What's that, Lynn?
Anytime I just can look at crypto and it starts to tank. Like if I touch it, I lose money. If I even I lose money. So, I just, no, sign of the cross, stay away.
I bought one Ethereum coin at, it was when it was like $800 or something like that. I forget when. It was last year or something, or two falls, something like that. Yeah. And I actually made some money on it. Yeah. It was somewhere over in one of these dips here. And it was the only time I've ever owned a full coin of anything, and it's the only time I've really ever made any money on any crypto to speak of. Like more than just like a few dollars. Like I don't know how, I forget how much, but I mean, shit. I wish I could have tripled my money by now if I held on to it. But whatever, I mean, I made money. I moved on. I'm not crying. I don't care.
The big problem with it is
it was on the weekend. I was trading. I wanted to trade something over the weekend, so that's what I was doing. So yeah, why not lose money all 24/7?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Problem with crypto is what's the utility?
A good casino.
Like what
that's the question. Yeah,
digital dollars for, because we certainly aren't using it for economically productive things. Isn't that the point of a currency?
Yeah, that's all it. That's always my question is, well, right, and that's probably why it's not a currency. That's probably why that would be an argument for security, probably.
You can't know that until you hit the 30th degree of the initiation.
Like that was always my big thing about NFTs. Like conceptually, I like the idea of an NFT to be able to electronically securitize things. Like say if I had a loan with Scott over there, I could secure it with an NFT, and it once it's securitized, if he wants to trade it on to someone else, he can, and the rights to it, shift to that person. That's a cool idea. We don't need a bank or anything, but
it is
the thing.
Yeah,
being used for useless pog coins.
Yeah. There's that aspect. There's like the FTX aspect, like that happened. Like, I mean, there's a lot. And at the end of the day, yeah, it's the same for me. It's like, what currencies, money, it's always been it's always served that utilitarian purpose. that's the evolution of it, and it's created to facilitate things, you know. So what problem exists that crypto is the solution for? That's what I don't know, and I don't think anybody does, because it's not fast enough. It's not.
My solution for it would be this.
What's that? Oh yeah.
Talking about earlier. The United States currency currently sits in this dead zone where it has to serve two masters. If you created a cryptocurrency that'd be the new central currency, then you would eliminate a lot of the problems we have with the US dollar. The problem is you would need to get everyone to agree to that.
Right, and that's not going to happen, because you're going to get people saying, well, if they do that, then they can control what we can buy. You know, they can, you know, they I'm using they, you know, they, you know, or they, this and that, they, this.
Do that. That can happen anyway. So that's a,
right.
That's a useless argument.
But there's a lot of.
I know. I'm just passing it along.
With crypto, regardless, like what is it about like Bitcoin that like 70% of all Bitcoins are like centrally held by like a handful of entities, and that's a lot of these cryptocurrencies. So
yeah,
it's not as decentralized as you think it is, and there's just like changing whatever is the central currency is not just one day we all wake up and Ethereum is, you know, it's like the last time we changed what the reserve currency was, it was in the shadow of 2 world wars, I'd like to remind you. So
yeah, right. Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe, you know, we could have one of those, we could have 1 or 2 of those on our hands now, maybe, but so far, yeah, no. So that, you know, that's the thing.
Necessary. Like we bombed out Europe twice.
Yeah.
We bombed out Asia once before we were like, you know, America is the one country that came out of these 2 wars not bombed to hell and back in the Stone Age. So maybe they should be the ones in charge of finances now.
Yeah, right.
Crypto's a great thing for like drug cartels and black market arms dealers, black market kidney salespeople, stuff that
and
done in the shadow.
Amateur rappers in New York City.
You know, things.
The crocodile of Wall Street.
Yeah, things that need to be done out of the light of day and away from you. Crypto is great with that. So the way I look at it is, yeah, crypto is like a criminal's dream. But for the rest of us, like,
let's see what Charlie says. Right.
For the human mind.
Okay, let's see what Charlie says. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
they've actually created a product that's hard to create more of, but not impossible. Now that is very peculiar, but they've managed to do it. So a lot of the computer science people love it just because it's such an extreme achievement of computer science. I, of course, have no interest in that because it's not my subject. And I see an artificial speculative medium that people are buying just because they think they can sell it to somebody else at a higher price, even though it inherently has no intrinsic value. And so I regard the whole business as...
I mean, he's not wrong, right? I mean, it doesn't. There's no fundamental value.
No, there is none.
So...
other than we say so.
It's completely market derived, which, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I mean, in a world where, you know, theoretically these products that we're trading, you know, are theoretically, again, supposed to reflect something in the real world, you know, that's what everything else is trying to do, essentially. So that's the world we're in. This is not really, doesn't fit into that. But yeah, I mean, I don't have any arguments with anything he said so far, really. I mean,
antisocial.
This is what I think.
Stupid. Inherently.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back.
And so I regard the whole business as antisocial, stupid, immoral.
Immoral?
Yes,
Why
immoral.
Is that? Why?
Why would you trade Suppose you could make a lot of money trading freshly harvested baby brains. Would you do it, or would you say that's immoral? You wouldn't trade them, would you? It's too awful a concept. Well, to me, Bitcoin is almost as bad. It's not having any desirable social purpose. We've got debit cards. It isn't like we don't have a payment system. We've got WeChat in China, incredibly efficient payment system. China doesn't need Bitcoin. And if you have a WeChat, why would you do it in a medium where the value changes enormously? Nobody in his right mind would want a payment system where the very thing you were using went up and down by 20% in a day. No, I regard the thing as a combination of dementia and immorality. And I think the people that are pushing it are a disgrace. There ought to be some things that are beneath you that you just don't do. And this is
wow. Okay, I'll pause there, and that's a pretty strong words. Pretty strong words.
Yeah, Charlie Munger does not mince words about.
He said
did not mince words. I suppose.
No.
Tense now when it comes to any of those cryptocurrencies.
Yeah. So here's a book that's interesting here that he reminded me of, is this book called Markets Without Limits, Moral Virtues and Commercial Interests. And it talks about, may you sell your spare kidney? May gay men pay surrogates to bear them children? Should we allow betting markets on terrorist attacks and natural disasters? May spouses pay each other to do the dishes, watch the kids, or have sex? Should we allow the rich to genetically engineer gifted, beautiful children? May you ever sell your vote? And it's talking about these types of things, these types of questions about moral. Where's the line?
It's great for tax evasion.
And which he mentioned. And that, that would be considered immoral, probably, I would think. But yeah, it was an interesting one that I had found at some point and read a little bit of here. Yeah. Well, did you see that Peter Lynch was in the chat earlier? He was there for a minute.
Oh, darn it.
You missed him, yeah. Oops.
Next time.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I'm.
Give us his stock picks for 2024.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. But I think that it's probably getting close to time for me to close this stream down. So
yep.
But I want to let you guys say any final thoughts or anything that you have before we do that, and maybe next time we'll have the audio a little bit ironed out a little bit better and
the only
and stuff like that. But
to finish on would be if you're going to debate someone on the internet, don't be a fucking douchebag.
yeah. And I think we've covered quite a few ways that both things that they're doing wrong that makes them douchebags, and also here's how you could approach it that would be better. So you cannot accuse us of not of being one-sided or anything, or just bitching about it and not providing solution. Solutions were provided, and thoughts should have been generated on how you could do better. So yes, don't be a douchebag when you debate someone on the internet. Or, if you can't do that, then don't debate somebody on the internet. But, yeah. Yes. Good. Lynn.
I don't know. This is off topic,
Lynn.
But
yeah.
All my California neighbors.
That's fine.
That you keep hearing, it's Starlink launch. You don't have to go over and post all over social media every time you hear a boom.
That's what it is?
It's really
okay.
Yeah. We
interesting.
Frequently out here every time we launch. And it's always a flood of
I got you.
notifications of somebody going, "What was that boom?" That's it was the last 10 times you heard it.
Wow.
It's part of it now. Get used to it. Sorry, totally off topic, but it's been on my mind.
No, it's fine. I mean, yeah, that's hey, we've gone on tangents, way worse than that.
Yes,
for sure.
Out talking about the Donahue George video and went on an almost hour-long tangent about about the monetary system. So
true.
We're all easily triggered.
Well, okay. All right, fine. So we'll end it on this one, and I'm going to challenge myself to stay quiet the whole time because it's so hard. But it's good. It's good discipline. It's good self-discipline practice. So now that we know some more about the reverse repo, we'll let we'll let Teflon Don here take us out, and then, well, there might be a word from one of the Diamond Circle sponsors for the channel afterwards, so stick for that. But okay, let's see what he says.
Trading decisions.
Diamond Circle sponsor.
I made a prediction about a month and a half ago that if the reverse repo goes below 600 million for a week or more, the market is going to crash. The reverse repo a few months ago was up to $2 trillion, and now it's down to $664 billion. And what a lot of people don't know is these bad actors use the reverse repo in order to get their liquidity. And the fact that reverse repo is getting less and less every single day, the fact that reverse repo is getting less and less every single day, the fact that reverse repo is getting less and they weren't using up the money in a reverse repo to increase their liquidity. They weren't using up the money in a reverse repo to increase their liquidity. Is no more reverse repo. What is going to happen for them to use? The market is going to crash. The reverse repo is dropping at rates similar to 2008 when the market crashed. And I'm going to double down on my prediction that if the reverse repo drops below 600 billion for more than a week, the market is going to crash because these bad actors, naked shorting AMC, GME, and these other stocks won't have any money to maintain their short positions. The bottom line is this: their liquidity is drying up. The banks that have been lending them money are hanging on by their fingernails, so they don't have money to lend, so they could continue naked shorting stocks in the stock market. And as I said in a previous video, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to buy, hold, or sell any stock, but in my opinion, these banks who are loaning these guys money to naked short AMC, GME, and other stocks are just as civilly and criminally liable for their behavior because they are part of the conspiracy. Because if the float of a company is only 1 million shares and you loaned me money to short 2 million shares, obviously you know that they are involved in naked shorting. And that makes you a co-conspirator, in my opinion. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think the reverse repos dropping at 2008 rates is going to cause the market to collapse and force these bad actors to close their naked shorts? Have a great day. I appreciate y'all on this journey with me.
I have no idea where these ideas come from. It doesn't make any sense to me, but maybe this guy can help us. This Diamond Circle sponsor for this channel. If it were 1992 or 87 or something.
The next millionaire.
Anyway.
I started with nothing, and I found a way to make a fortune in real estate. I've been showing thousands of people across America how to do this. There's always people making a lot of money in hard time. Are you going to be one of those few people like me? I enjoy showing the serious
Hard time. I make money in hard times, so listen up.
mind to pay the price of success. The secret to be wealthy. Tony, you found 4 property in the same day. And how come there's people say they cannot find good deal? What do you say to those people?
Well, it's simple. They're just too lazy.
Pay the
They don't want
price
to
of
find
success.
it.
Pay the
Because
price
if
of
anybody
success.
wants to find
Pay the
property, they'll
price
find
of
them. I
success.
guarantee
Pay
that.
the price
Come
of
and
success.
send them to me. Come and talk to me. I saw all kinds of properties.
Filthy rich.
Campo seminar work for me because I work hard at it. And if you home, you don't think it'll work for you because you're lazy. You don't want it to work for you.
Oh, of course.
A lot of people are skeptical and say, well, this guy maybe made up some stuff like this.
Oh, of course.
A lot of people are skeptical and say, well, this guy maybe made up some stuff like this.
Oh, of course.
A lot of people are skeptical and say, well, this guy maybe made up some stuff like this.
Oh, of course.
A lot of people are skeptical and say, well, this guy maybe made up some stuff like this.
Certainly.
Okay.
Let me just give you an idea of one here. But I tell you, if you were probably taller, with blonde hair, blue eyes, handsome like me, you would probably not have the problems. They probably wouldn't give you any hard time about this.
I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I only found the formula. And with hard work and action, I succeeded.
The course is worth millions of dollars. Look, I just got my first deal, and I'm going to do many more like this for millions of dollars.
I was shocked, though.
I don't think America have any more bigotry, right?
Yeah, that's funny. I've never seen this one.
Now is your last.
Oh my God.
Write down the location of the Tom Vu seminar nearest you.
Is the next millionaire going to be?
You can do it too. What are you waiting for?
But hard work does pay in America. Are you sick and tired of where you are, working hard for years for nothing? Are you excited about watching my student making a fortune on TV? Many of these people started out with little or no cash and no credit, no experience. Do you have a guts to step out of where you are to achieve your financial freedom? Then come.
Do you?
To my 3-hour
Do you have the guts?
and real estate investing seminar.
Come to my seminar.
$1,000. It's not even $500. It's not even $100. The cover charge, my friend, is free. And if you're not willing to spend 3 free hours to learn from a self-made to maximize your opportunity, you deserve to be broke.
Hi, my name is Paul Minhas, and it's so simple to make money.
There it is. You deserve to be broke.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
If you don't understand.
Get off my dick!
Sometimes not to speak and just be proven.
Sweet Tony.
Okay, so.
Vietnamese boat people.
My friend,
You can make a lot of money.
I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
So,
are you saying it could be?
Yeah. Anyway, fun stream. Thanks for participation.
First they think you're crazy, then they...
Some people. Oh,
I don't know.
I had to mute.
I think that's the case.
Sonny Korax and
then all of a sudden you change.
in the thing because it was feeding back.
Battered women's are trouble teams. Counseling to help trouble people.
I was getting a feedback loop.
The reason that we donate this building to the church for good cause, because we want to give it back. That's all. I remember me and my family in 1975. Vietnamese boat.
I don't know why.
And guess what? Member of the church, some other church came and helped us out. They gave us a hand, not a handout. And we appreciate it. Yeah, and now we made it. I wish that someday that all the major corporations would get lots of money and all the people who can afford
Yeah.
Imagine all the people who can, each of them give one building like this to a good cause. There'd be no more homelessness in America, isn't it?
According to the Orlando Sentinel, it is true that Tom Vu is a charitable man. He has donated bulletproof vests to police. He gave $5,000 to a widow of an officer killed on duty. He donated buildings to the Human Crisis
Wow.
and homes for low-income housing.
And he went on to be a successful poker player,
to bring 34 Russian
like legitimately. So,
theme parks and a party at his house.
yeah. Wow. There we go. All right. Have a good one, guys. See you around.